We love it. We love this one. We love this one, don't we, folks? I have so many games to do still. I got PC Boy, PC Man, Nintendo 64, and Wii. I've got a lot. I think I'm gonna try and do the Wii. And that's gonna take a while, but there's some real good ones on there. There's some heavy hitters. Okay, the microphone needs to not keep showing up. Okay. Well, round 3. And I have to keep reminding you, then we have to do a head-to-head. So we still got, probably after this one, two or three more. Ooh, there we go. What is this one? Oh my gosh, okay, I thought this was something from the Zelda or even just the Wii Shop channel or something. This is Pokemon Snap, which is kind of spoiling what might show up, but how great is that? Here, I have an idea. What if I do this? But then I do this. And then nobody will know. And nobody will know. All right. So the Wii. The Wii holds a special place in my heart for sure. I remember and this might age me and date me a little bit, but I remember coming home from I'll toss the salad and scramble the eggs. Better this stream later, brother. Have a good one. But I don't know what to do with those tossed salads and scrambled eggs. They're calling again. Good night, Seattle. Gosh, I couldn't think of it for a second. I was like, where is he from? Boston, Chicago, Seattle, one of those. I remember coming home from school, and gosh, my mom hated this, but I remember coming home from school and just turning on G4 and watching X-Play and Cheat and occasionally Attack of the Show. And normally I just watched it because they would talk about games. And so the reason I bring this up is, and somebody might be like, E3 was during the summer. How were you still in school? I don't know. I went to a school at that time that started in September and went all the way into June or something. It started much later, but it went a little ways later. And I remember coming home from school and turning on E3. And it was the E3, must have been E3 2005. When did the Wii come out? Hang on, I'll figure that out. The Wii, when it was November, I think it was November 2006. November 9th or something? November 19th, 2006. Wow, so many things pull me to mid-November. Maybe we'll talk about that one day. Sorry, you might be able to hear a vacuum going too. I have a new robot vacuum that recommends it goes 3 times to use LiDAR to map out your house before you can use the mop function. And I have hard floors that desperately need mopping because I have a dog who drools and gets food everywhere. Okay, I digress. What a great start already to this, and I muted the music. Okay. I remember coming home from school, so it must have been 2006, 2005 or 2006. It was the year that they announced the Wii as the Wii, not the Revolution, but it was actually the Wii. And that was when Reggie Fils-Aimé was up there sipping champagne and playing Wii Sports Tennis on stage. That was when, what else did they have? They had Red Steel, and you could turn the gun sideways and then do sword fights. They had all kinds of stuff, but I was like, damn, that looks cool. I want that. So that whole summer I worked did whatever I could to get some money. I mowed lawns. I did anything, just to get some extra cash that summer. And I know the Wii was only $250, but it was like, I'm doing that. I'm gonna get it. And then driving around that morning, November 19th, going everywhere we could think, and every place just, of course, being sold out of it. And then we went to, gosh, what was that? Like I've already said I'm from Utah. We went to like a Fred Meyer or something. I can't remember. Maybe if somebody's watching, they can text me what the store was, because I can't even remember now. But it's a store. No, it's Kmart. It was Kmart. We went to Kmart, which, okay, same building as the story of when I went to school, right? When I went to university, when I went to college classes, and Mom said, "Have a good day at school," and I said, "Okay." And then I took the freeway exit, and instead of keeping left at the fork on the exit, I stayed right on the fork or whatever. I think that's right. And I went to Walmart and bought Far Cry. Same building. That's where the Kmart was. The Kmart had 2 Wiis, and there was me and some other guy. And they were like, "No, we got to do a raffle. We got to do it." And it was like, there's only 2 people here that want it, and you only have 2. Just sell us the consoles. And so they did. So I got a Wii on release day. I played Wii Sports all day. Okay, so that's the story of the Wii. The Wii was where it was at. I know it wasn't the greatest console, but like, it was really good for a lot of different reasons. So part of that hype behind it that summer was Battalion Wars. And I have this game, obviously. Well, maybe I shouldn't say obviously, because a lot of these games some of these games I don't actually have, right? Some of the games on these lists I don't actually have. But Battalion Wars 2, I never played like Advanced Wars or Battalion Wars on like the Game Boy and DS if they came out. I literally just saw this at that same E3, and I was like, dude, that's so cool.
The enemy can bomb us with impunity.
That's so cool that that you can like go around, and using the pointer, you can like select units and have, select enemies and have units go attack, but then you can like click and drag like a RTS game, right? So think like Age of Empires or something, where you're like clicking and dragging your units and telling them where to go, but then you can play a third-person shooter as one of the units, and I thought that was the coolest thing. I remember pitching a game a lot like this in one of my game classes at the allegedly #1 ranked game university in the world, and was told that it was way out of scope, and I was like, they made it for the Wii. A real-time strategy where you're able to tell your units where to go and what to attack while also being able to play as one of your units is not super out of scope. Maybe for a student game, but like everybody was like, there's no way. And so apparently nobody knew that Battalion Wars was that way. But I remember watching like G4 had a demo for it. E3 had demos for it. There was a trailer for it. I remember IGN had like a deep dive leading up to it. I think I wanted this game for Christmas that year and got it. Like, and I played a lot of it. It was fun. I don't know if this is like, sorry. If this is like, if there's the same campaign or if you can play different sides of the same campaign. But I seem to remember like one of the characters that did the voiceover all the time was Arlie Ermy. The like, well, this is great. The like signature like army guy voice.
You must defend this airbase from further attack by
You must have been able to pick sides, and I just never picked
homeland rests in your hands.
this side. Yeah, let's skip towards the end and see how crazy the game gets. But this was fun. This was a lot like the proof was in the pudding with the Wii remote and the pointer. Being able to do like real-time strategy and point and aim shooting. I won't say first person shooting because it's not, it's third person, but like this was something else, man. It's a 1 star. I'll give it a chance. I was gonna eliminate it, but it's a 1 star. That looks fun. I've been making a habit of not going in order and just kind of skipping around. So you gotta love Indy. He's always hanging out, always scratching. Here, we talked about Wii Sports. Let's do Wii Sports. Here, can I do it? Am I tone deaf? Da 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 da. Right? Ooh, we even get the Wii startup. Oh. Yeah, hi. Okay, that was a little higher than what I did, but that was the right idea. Na 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 na. This supposed to be a slightly updated version because I don't think they had the like rubber around. I think this game is the reason why they made the rubber. That sounds so funny. The protective grip. You gotta put a rubber on your Wii. You gotta practice safe Wii Sports by putting a rubber on your Wii. Boy, howdy. I never touched Wii Fitness. I didn't know that was even there. Because you had all those videos of people, like, literally throwing their Wii remote at their TVs. So they must have updated some of the art in the game to reflect, like, the, having the little protective case on the remote, the reinforced strap. So I have an OG Wii and Wii remote that doesn't have the extra reinforced strap. And I think the only time I put one of those protective rubber cases over the remote was when I got the all gold Skyward Sword remote. But yeah, dude, watching the heads of Nintendo play this on stage was like, dude, the future is now. And that was 20 years ago. That's absolutely insane. So tennis was fun, absolutely, don't get me wrong. Baseball was a lot of fun. And this was where I first found out that, like, you could just, when you were pitching, you didn't really have to, like, wind up and throw it. You could just flick your wrist and it would register as like a 105-mile-an-hour fastball, like, every time. I love how the crowd is just an image. All right, let's get some hits. Oh, that was a double. Let's see it. Oh, blasted. Into the gap. All the way to the wall. I was gonna say, that could even be a triple in real life. I also remember the joke at the time was that the Wii was basically 2 GameCubes taped together. Oh no, that it really wasn't that powerful. And it's not. I mean, you can see it's blurry. It's got tons of aliasing. But like, this was honestly Wii Sports, and including it in the package with a controller and the console for $250. And I don't know if you've ever heard that story. Reggie Fils-Aimé, like, basically put his career on the line, sort of. Like, nobody at Nintendo thought it was a good idea to bundle Wii Sports with the Wii. And he was like, no, you have to give them a game where people are going to understand what the Wii is all about. And sure enough, I mean, it's like the highest selling game on the Wii, I think, just because the Wii sold so much, right? Oh, dude, that's gone. Nice. So anyways, that day that I got it, I played Wii Sports like all day. Yeah, I played baseball. I thought it was fun. I spent the most time bowling. I thought this was fantastic. And I think I've made reference to the fact that, like, during the holidays, my family, and particularly one side of my family, likes to go bowling around, like, Thanksgiving and Christmas. And I seem to recall, I mean, this came out in November, so if we tried to do Thanksgiving and bowling, like, that would line up. But I can recall, again, like, aunts and uncles and cousins that, like, never played video games, at least giving Wii bowling a try in the basement with all of us. And basically, like, especially the one that was, like, the most against games was, like, that's kind of fun. And kind of, like, it's not super accurate, but I get what they're going for. It's kind of fun. And then when they did and we'll get to it, but when they did the Wii Motion Plus, like, dude, it was awesome. But I remember, like, going back to school after that weekend or whatever, I guess whatever day that happened to be, I went back to school, and everybody was like, oh man, the Wii was so, like, none of my classmates could find a Wii. They were like, oh, they were sold out everywhere. And I was like, I got one. They're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, I did. And I was telling them about it, and my arm was so sore from bowling. So sore from bowling. Of course, I spent a shit ton of time playing golf. Oh, I like that. Okay, come on, let's get a swing going here. My goodness. There was no backswing. What are you doing? Oh. What a hop. Little draw ski. 90 yards to go to the fairway. It's an easy sand wedge for me. Easy. Dude, there's no backswing. What are you doing? Again, that's kind of you started to realize you could just kind of flick the wrist. But, I mean, that's a lot, man. That does live in my head rent-free, the crowd noise on that. I love that. And then boxing was okay. I remember playing a bit of boxing. That was kind of the one where you knew, like, the nunchuck was good for stuff too. I think virtually all the other games were just the Wii remote. And this one was kind of like, oh yeah, you could actually use both fairly effectively. I never once played any of these other modes. Was there a Home Run Derby mode? Speaking of Home Run Derby, believe me, there's another Home Run Derby on here, don't worry. Really, really good. I don't know how I would play it on stream. But I mean, it would be fun to figure that out. I'll give it a star. We'll give it a chance. We'll give it a chance. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. How about... Where did it go? The Conduit. This video is no longer available. Wait, what? The account was terminated in the amount of time it took me to... Okay, hang on. Hang on, you're gonna see some... I was worried stuff like this would happen, but I was like, who would delete that? Right? Like, who would delete their stuff? Okay, The Conduit Wii playthrough. Is there commentary? I don't want any commentary. Does this have commentary? It doesn't seem like it. Okay, so I'm gonna get the link. We're gonna update the YouTube URL. There it is. See? See how cool my little app is? My little HTML app? 10-minute gameplay, 3 hours, almost 4 hours. Okay, so if you know anything about the Wii
Simple question.
and shooters,
To be answered.
you know that basically no shooters
Ask the question.
really came out on the Wii. Now, here's the thing.
Maybe
The Wii sold a ton. So people were making just about any game on the Wii, trying to get that player base to buy and trying to make some money, right? They put the cheapest games out on the Wii. They like, I think the worst game,
seemingly
one of the worst games ever is Ninja Breadman.
could actually shape our world.
And I swear it was developed by like one person.
Greater picture.
And it has like
Finding how the pieces
a couple of levels and they're like almost impossible to beat because the game just breaks. And the game was like $20 on the Wii.
become.
And like it kind of went viral as being like a really bad game. It was kind of a meme. Like that person probably made a decent amount of money because it probably cost them almost zero
Others end up
in comparison to practically zero to make that game, right? But because the Wii had
the truth.
tons of people that owned it, there were probably a few grandparents and a few parents and a few kids that got Ninja Breadman for the family, right? But this game, I remember the big major hook of this game was High Voltage Studio
Blast has disrupted the circuitry in your suit.
got Unreal Engine 3
We need to verify that the targeting system
to run on the Wii. Like that was the major draw. Was like, look, we actually have a modern engine
good. Now do the same thing to the
running on the Wii. And like at the time it was like, oh yeah, it looks pretty good. Again, there's aliasing, some things are low poly. But it was like, yeah, there's like
I'm detecting
normal maps, there's metal,
you need to secure
you know, metallic and specularity, there's emissive.
make sure you reload your weapon before we move on.
So I remember like when they announced this game, they also had a tech demo of Unreal 3 with like water physics and reflections and particles and stuff running on the Wii.
Looks like you got the drop on
And that was like a big deal. There were a lot of people that were like, oh wow, like who knew the Wii could actually have like competent graphics? So this was basically the Wii's Halo, if you want to think of it that way.
They're using the room ahead as a hatchery.
And I thought it was fun. I mean, again, it was kind of like, it was one of the games that proved first-person shooters that looked and played pretty well for the Wii
Clear out this entire
could work on the Wii. And I think that's why you ended up having some Call of Duty games show up on the Wii eventually.
That should be all of them. Let's keep moving.
But the other reason why this game is on here, okay, the online multiplayer was fun. I haven't even talked about online multiplayer on the Wii. The Wii didn't originally have online multiplayer. It started with, I think the game was called Pokemon Revolution.
Use the ASE.
I don't think that game is on this list. I debated. Maybe it is. I really can't remember. But I'll tell you the story now. I rented that game from Hollywood Video
Biosensors are picking
just because it was the first game to have online multiplayer on the Wii. And I was like, I don't know the first thing about Pokemon, even though I'm technically like the perfect age group for like the original Pokemon run. I just never got into it. But I rented that game because I was like, I really want to like train monsters and then like fight against other people's monsters online. Anyway, so this game had online multiplayer. And I remember the maps, and it's going to be funny that I mentioned this because it ties into my other story with this game. But the maps on the online multiplayer were a lot of fun, but you could break them. Like you could clip outside of the level and just like float around, and you could shoot through walls. Because the way games work is like if you see a wall, right? If it's like rendering this side of the wall, it doesn't render the other side of the wall. And since this wall has collisions, you can't pass through it. The collisions are only on this side of the wall. But if you do happen to pass through it somehow, then like if you're inside the wall, you can actually see and shoot through the wall, but other people can't see you and they can't shoot through the wall because the way everything's rendered and computed, it's actually just rendering this side, not the other side, right? Backface culling, right? If you've ever heard that term. So there were ways online multiplayer to clip through walls and just like camp inside the walls and shoot people, and they couldn't shoot you back. And I remember the street level was the easiest one to do that because there were multiple places where you could clip outside of the level. It was so much fun.
The looks of this. Bring out your ASE to see the path to your objective.
So, let's see. Where's like... Let's skip to...
Now get to the filtration room.
Skip to some other levels here. Oh yeah, and so the game was supposed to be like in Washington, D.C., so there was like the White House, the National Mall. Eventually you like... I mean, it's the all-seeing eye. Eventually you uncover some, you know, deep state scheme to cover up aliens and stuff. Very interesting. But I mean, look at how the curtains are just like a texture on the wall. Like there's no detail. It's hilarious. Oh yeah, this gun was awesome. Okay, so the other reason why this game is super meaningful to me was, yes, I had a ton of fun with it. A ton of fun. But when I was kind of early on, while I was finishing up my master's degree and trying to get more experience in industry on real projects, I got hired by a group to work on an app and work on some meshes and optimize some models and things with a handful of people on this little app, this little phone app. And the one guy that like interviewed me was like, yeah, I think you're a good fit. Let's do it. He worked at High Voltage Studios, the same people that did this game. And then like the other two people I worked with also worked at High Voltage. And they were like, oh yeah, if you played games, like maybe you've played some of our games that we worked on High Voltage or at High Voltage. They were like, we did the Iron Man game, if you played that. And I was like, oh yeah, I think I remember that game. I never really played it though. And then I went, High Voltage, the guys that did the Conduit, and literally their eyes lit up. They were like, no way, you played the Conduit? And I was like, yeah, I thought it was awesome. They're like, you're the first person we've met that actually played that game. I was like, really? I thought it sold pretty well. Sold well enough it got a sequel. And they're like, yeah, that's true. But like, nobody knows about this game for some reason. And so we actually like talked about it for a long time. And the one guy I worked the closest with, actually made like the Streets level, which that's why I was like, when he was like, oh, did you play online? And I was like, oh yeah, I love playing the Streets level because, and he was like, I made that level. And I was like, oh, that was a really popular map. Everybody played that map. I didn't like want to say that it was super broken to his face. I'm sure he knew. And then the other guy was like, I did the like National Mall and the White House level, and they were all like environment artists. That's kind of the stuff we were working on for the app, was environments and vehicles and things. And that was a lot of fun. So to be like the one guy that was like, yeah, dude, I played the Conduit and Conduit 2. And I was like, and I got my friends to get Conduit 2. And we actually played like the Horde mode and stuff. Like that was a really fun memory. That one of those times I was working on something with industry people and getting some experience. Like they lit up. Not only was I excited to be working with people that worked on something that I played, but it was cool for them to be like, oh my gosh, you're a fan of something we did that nobody knows about practically. So that was really cool. And for that, again, I can't eliminate it for that reason. So I think I'll do 1 star. Which then I guess should lead us to Conduit 2. And if I remember, boy, maybe this was all from the same account. I guess I should have verified this. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't keep happening. Conduit 2, long play. Let's do that. Well, here's the same guy that did the other one. Or gal. Just the same person. 10-minute gameplay. How silly. So I remember this one was supposed to be a major graphical leap.
Goodbye, Mr. Ford.
Oh yeah, it kind of starts with the end of the first one. There you go, High Voltage.
You still understand, do you, Mr. Ford? As long as Adams is still alive, he's a threat. I'm the only
I like how they basically made the character Duke Nukem in this game.
Go through the conduit before this place explodes.
It could have been anyone
And I remember one of the games ended with like George Washington and Abraham Lincoln coming out of the conduit in like mech suits. And I don't remember if that was this game or the first one. I want to say it was the second one, because the second one, like I said, they went kind of Duke Nukem style. They went kind of crazy and tried to do kind of tongue-in-cheek humor. But like, it was way more ambitious. And I remember like the main menu and the water effects. I don't know if you can see that, but the big old waves, like the big, huge undulating waves. Come on, where is it? Like, we gotta see the big old waves, because that was like such a huge thing. It's gotta be in here, right? These men are going to kill you. I mean, all it is like a normal map, flow map, with like a displacement on the geometry. So the geometry is actually undulating, and then it's just like a ripply noise. But I remember it was so impressive, again, for the Wii. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. There, you can see it a little bit there. And then it had like the jungle area that we kind of saw on the main menu at the beginning of the video.
Understood?
Yes. Thank you, Liberator.
Liberator. Oh yeah, you kind of returned to the streets area, I think. This game, oh yeah, this is the streets. This game had a sniper rifle that could shoot through walls, and you could see people through walls. It was so broken. If you got that on a certain map online, it was game over for everybody else. It was so good. So this one was fun, and they had like a, basically like a Call of Duty Zombies mode was what they had. But it was just like, can you survive waves and waves and waves of aliens? And that was the one that me and a handful of friends actually played and had some fun with. But I mean, gosh, you can see the frame rate's not holding up right there. Maybe we should skip to the end and see if we can find if and when Lincoln and Washington get out of their mech suit, or out of the conduit in their mech suits. Which, who knows? Maybe that was in the first one and I don't remember, but... I do not remember this. Oh, apparently this is Adams, so I wonder if this is John Adams. Oh, there's no audio. Here, I'll do the audio. There it is.
It could have been anyone, but it was you. You who doomed us all.
Who doomed us all. Uh-oh, you awakened the all-seeing eye. You led us here, Cal. Yes, please tell me it's Washington and Lincoln that come out of here. There must be some weird copyright stuff with the music. That must be why. Yes! Dude, hell yeah. And I remember asking the guys that I worked with, I was like, what was the point of that ending? And they were like, we just had to end it. We just had to do it, and we had to find a way to make it just, like, we just came up with that on the fly last minute. And I was like, that is hilarious, dude. I'll give it 1 star. Man, I'm in a good mood today. I'm giving all these a chance. Before I do the head-to-heads, I might have to, like, I don't want to cull the lists too much. Well, no, I should just do it, because the 1 star is really going to be the toss-up, and I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, here's another one. Excite Truck. Oh, yeah. Excite Truck. I swear this was one of the games that before the Wii came out, you could like go to GameStop or maybe Best Buy or something, and you could go play it. And again, like I remember going to, I think it was GameStop. I think I can remember which location it was too, and I think that location's still there. And I remember like, yes, they had a Wii like in the middle of the store. And I swear Excite Truck was the only game you could play. And the line was huge. Well, it wasn't like out the door and wrapping around the block, but it was like you were waiting in line for a couple hours maybe. And I remember it wasn't my turn, but I was next in line, and the guy in front of me was playing. And he's playing, and he's just holding down 2, right? He's just holding down the button, and he's steering as he's on the phone. And I think he was on the phone with like his wife or girlfriend or something. And they were basically in an argument, and it was just really funny. But so this is technically the first Wii game I ever played, and it's just like a big racer. And I thought it was fun enough that, again, when I got the Wii, I think I asked for this game for Christmas. Oh, I totally forgot that you could collect the exclamation marks and change the map. Oh, I totally forgot about that. That's kind of cool, I guess. Oh, dude, and it had burnout takedown type stuff. Dude, I totally forgot about that. I remember it had like the boosting. So other than having Excite in the name, I don't think it really has anything to do with the Excite bike. It was basically just you were steering, you were crashing into people trying to make them crash, and trying to get stars. So not only like placing well in the races, but trying to get stars from like getting air, almost hitting trees, placing well. And once you had a certain amount of stars, I think you could like unlock more stuff to do. So really simple, but not terrible. Again, a lot of the initial games were probably more like... I do remember that. A lot of these were probably more like tech demos for the Wii that were polished over the course of that summer in order to sell them as launch or launch window titles. But I mean, it worked, man. I played this. I played a lot of this one. I think there's other racing games that would be better in my mind, though. So I think I am going to eliminate it. Oh, the first elimination. Okay, do I risk copyright? Probably. Because there's, as you can see, there's Guitar Hero all right here. And if you know anything about me, if you know me, you know Metallica is like the tippy top for me. I'm going to turn this way down so that maybe it gets through, but maybe my voice distorts it enough that I don't necessarily get a strike here. But I thought this was cool because you actually, copyright, you actually played as Metallica. And they also like got the guys of Metallica to wear motion capture suits and like basically perform. So all of their little movements are like how they would actually perform. So it's like, it's pretty good. I remember getting this at like Target. This was another one where like the employee, I was like, oh yeah, where's Guitar Hero Metallica? Because it like just came out like that weekend or that week, and I was there. And he's like, oh, what system do you want it for? And I said, oh, the Wii. He's like, I don't think it came out for the Wii. And I was like, yes, it did. And then I walked over to the Wii section, and there it was. So the reason, again, it doesn't look like my stream's been taken down. But the reason, okay, I gotta turn it down a little bit more. The reason I picked Unforgiven 3 is A, it's a really good song. But B, this is from the album Death Magnetic. And Death Magnetic, if you look up the loudness war, if you're like an audio engineer or you know anything about like making an album or recording and mixing and mastering, you've probably heard of the loudness war. And like, it's not just Metallica. Like a lot of bands had music overly compressed and overly amplified in post. Like ABBA has a bunch of remasters that sound really bad because of it. Death Magnetic, a ton of stuff. But if you look up the loudness war, the Wikipedia article specifically mentions Death Magnetic. And it also has a little paragraph dedicated to how most people that were Metallica fans actually listened to the Guitar Hero versions of Death Magnetic songs instead of the album versions, because the album was so compressed and so amplified that everything just sounded like noise. And this was actually like the master track. So people, it wasn't like the finished track, it was the master track, but people actually took the master tracks from Guitar Hero and either made their own mixes, right? Their own like final levels of audio, or just listen to it raw as the master track. But that's really why this is on here. And I'll stop it now just because I probably, I'm going to get a copyright strike on that because it's Metallica and we all know what they did with Napster, right? For good reason. That song hadn't even been released yet. So, Indy, what are you doing? I'm going to give it 1 star. I mean, it's Metallica. I have to give it 1 star. I highly doubt it's going to show up on a stream just because it's Metallica. I can't play Metallica songs on stream, I don't think. But I can't eliminate it. I just can't. I just can't. I put Guitar Hero 5 on here. Oh, it has the Sultans of Swing. Actually, I think that's another song that's referenced in the Loudness War stuff. Okay, this one's barely registering. Oh, there we go. I remember playing this one a little bit, but this was, I think, the last Guitar Hero I ever played. I think they did one more, Guitar Hero 6, and then they did like Band Hero, because Rock Band was doing better, and then they did like DJ Hero, and I don't know, the music and rhythm game genre kind of died, which is whatever. And the story behind that is kind of crazy. Like, the guys that did Guitar Hero 1 and 2 are the guys that did Rock Band. But they didn't work for Activision anymore, so it was Guitar Hero kept going under different developers at the same company, and Rock Band kind of outdid them, honestly. But I guess this one's just on here because I think it really was the last one I played, but I also remember it like being really difficult to play. And I think it's because, like, I don't know, if we full screen it and we look at the notes, like the notes are shiny and everything's pretty, like, everything's a lot more fluid. And I don't know if that's because this is like the Xbox or the Wii. It doesn't look like it's the Wii to me. Like, there's very little aliasing going on there. But I think I'm going to eliminate it. But I do remember being like, man, something changed. Like the engine, the way the notes are coming down and the timing with the strumming, like something changed. It's just not the same. Guitar Hero World Tour, that was Guitar Hero 4. This one had a Metallica song on it, so I, of course, have it here. It has Trapped Under Ice. And I believe World Tour was the first one you could actually play the drums, too. Maybe not. I really can't remember. What does the album or the artwork look like? It does have a drum set. I think you could play the drums on it and sing and play the guitar and play the bass. Yeah. Oh, so I think Trapped Under Ice is one of my, like, it's one of my favorites of Metallica's. I'll turn it up a little bit. And it's one of those, like, when people talk about their favorites, they don't really mention Trapped Under Ice. But then normally when I do, people are like, oh yeah, that song rips. And I've heard it live, so that's pretty cool. But I remember, like, okay, so you could play the drums, but I don't think they had double bass, which this song is like literally 4.5 minutes of double bass. And when they did Guitar Hero Metallica, they had an option. They shipped it with a version that had an extra kick pedal, so you could do double bass. In fact, I've like recited that chorus on stream because I think I was playing Nancy Drew and Nancy was like, "Oh, I'm freezing," and I went, "Can't move at all, screaming, can't hear my call." Right? Anyways, that's on there really because it was the follow-up to Guitar Hero 3, and I did play it a lot. I didn't play the other instruments, I just played guitar on it. Okay, and that brings us to here, where I think I can turn this up, because I don't think there's really any copyright with this song. And if there is, whoops, we learned the lesson the hard way. Okay. So this one was awesome. Guitar Hero 3 was way good. It had, to me, in my opinion, it had the best set list, had the best songs. It had these boss battles. So you played against, Slash was on the cover. So Slash from Guns N' Roses was one of the guys you could battle on the guitar. It had Tom Morello, and I'm sure people have heard the Tom Morello guitar battle because it's in a bunch of memes. It's the one that's like, bow, 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 woo, woo. That one. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. That one. And then it has where you're dueling the devil, and it's The Devil Went Down to Georgia rock metal version, and it's freaking great. Wow! And I remember, so you got like little power-ups, and all you really had to do was just like survive this part. If you could survive this part, get that, and then use it right there, you would win every time. Or maybe it was, no, I think it was a little later. But there was a part where the devil just had a whole bunch of alternate strumming. And if you just used it at that time, he would just immediately lose. It was too many notes. I think it was that bit of green notes that we saw, but we'll keep going for a little bit here. I'm risking copyright. Well, you're pretty good, old son. Let me show you how it's done. Granny, does your dog bite? No child, no. Something like that, right? Am I still live? Are we getting copyright here? One of these, I swear. I just want to see the part and be like, oh no, it was definitely that part. Oh, you got him down to yellow. Oh, see, that was pretty close. No, I think it's gotten too late. To properly do it, because I think then it goes to the devil. And it gets to a point where he just beats you. He cheats, basically. Oh gosh. Then it reverses it. Nice. Oh, I thought that was going to be it. Not that we have to like watch this whole thing. And of course, Guitar Hero 3 was famous for having Through the Fire and the Flames. And that was one of those that, like, if you could do Through the Fire and the Flames well. Oh, see, then it got to, then he would cheat. So I guess it's good you had one, so you can still win. Nice. Very cool, very cool. I can't eliminate it, man, and I can't, it's gotta be a little more firmly in there. I don't know how I would do it on stream, but it's too good, man. It is too good. What else? Man, there's so many games. Okay, Twilight Princess. Specifically for the Wii. This was actually also one of the last games on the GameCube. And a little bit of a fun fact for you. Link is left-handed. So if you play the GameCube one, the whole game is flipped. The whole game is just mirrored. And if you play the Wii, they realized that most people are right-handed, and since it had motion controls, they just made it so that Link was right-handed. So really, the GameCube is the original. The Wii is the reversed one. That's really what it is. Oh, I remember that. That came out of the Wii Remote speaker. How could I forget? Really, how could I forget, man? I really liked this temple. I thought Twilight Princess had some of the best like dungeons or temples. I agree with most people that being Wolf Link and collecting the little tears or whatever is kind of a drag, but it's not like the worst thing ever. Yes, okay, I wanted to see this. Because I remember... Again, this was one of those games that they, like, showed at E3. And I remember they showed, like, Link, like, picking up a chicken and running off of an edge, holding the chicken in the air, and the chicken's wings are flapping, and he's hovering through the air. A classic Zelda trope, right? Sorry, I'll turn it back up. This is way quiet. And they showed a little bit of, like, the forest temple. But then I remember, like, I don't know if it was E3 or just, like, somewhere along the way, one of the dungeons they really showed the most of was this one. And they showed the magnetic boots, and I thought the magnetic boots were, like, the coolest freaking thing ever. Which maybe I skipped too far back now. Because at some point you got them, and then you had to, like, go back through certain areas of the mine with your magnetic boots. Oh, and they were weighted. So yeah, they combined Ocarina of Time's heavy boots yeah, dude, that stuff was cool. And guess what? Being able to alter Link's gravity on the fly like that, I'd be willing to bet that kind of led to Super Mario Galaxy. So cool though, man. Cause then you like, yeah, you. That's so cool. Yeah, this one's great. I remember the dungeon Arbiter's Grounds was like also freaking Kino. Oh, it might not have Arbiter's Grounds. This is only part 1 of 2. It had a water temple that was almost as confusing as the one on the N64. But it wasn't too bad. It was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, it had like the Yeti's like house. I don't think that's what that was, but that's what it reminded me of. Look, I think Twilight Princess is better than Breath of the Wild, and that's a hot take. I know that's a hot take. That's a 3-star for me, man. Again, I think it has to do with the excitement of the Wii. Yes, was it a little disappointing to like be playing it and realize that you're not actually swinging your sword? That like when you just do this, Link does the thing, right? Did they remedy that later with a different game? Yes. Yes, they did. Yeah, I think 3 stars is, man, I'm in a generous mood today. Some of these games that I thought were easy eliminations have 1 star. That's crazy. Smash Bros. Brawl. Let's go to that one. So here's the thing. I actually think Brawl has like pretty good graphics and presentation. And I think it's more to do with like art direction and art style. Like, did you see how, like, look at how detailed like Bowser's scales are. And I know it's like camera shaking, so that's all blurry. Or like Mario's like overalls were actually like denim instead of just solid blue. Like, see how his jeans are like actual denim? And it's just because at this time, like, the games that were popular were like ultra realistic. And so Nintendo kind of felt like they had to look a certain way in order to compete with that. I was hoping we'd see a little more. Like, he's even got like wrinkles in the shirt. And anyways, let's go with some gameplay here. I have zero. I know what this is, but I have zero recollection of this in particular. I've mentioned this before. It's similar to another person who has done a similar thing in his story with Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but it's true, and it's a very true story. Brawl was announced, and I remember when they announced it, the lead designer, right, the director, was like, "Oh, it's like a year and a half away," or however long it was. But every local time, it was every Friday morning on the Smash Bros. Brawl blog, we're gonna confirm either a character or an item or a stage or something in the game, right? We're gonna drip feed you. We're gonna trickle information out to you constantly every week. And so, like, I have memories literally Friday morning before going out the door and getting in the car to go to school, getting on the computer or even getting on the Wii and going to the web browser on the Wii. Literally, just to look up the blog and be like, oh, no way. The item capsule, the pink and gray item capsule is returning. Duh, why wouldn't it? It's been in the other two games at this point. Oh, no way, the banana peel is returning. Oh, no way, I don't know, like, oh, Pikachu's coming back? Oh, dude, oh, Donkey Kong's in the game? Oh, that's awesome, right? Like, that's basically what it was. But I was hyped. I was checked in every Friday morning or whatever it was. And then they also had, and I think I called it something last stream, and I was like, oh, like Subspace Odyssey or Deep Space Odyssey. I think it was called like Subspace Emissary mode. I guess we could look that up, right? Wouldn't it be like right here? Opening Midair Stadium? Huh. Because basically, if you played through this mode, you unlock, where'd my cursor go? You unlocked like every character just by playing through the Goofy story mode. And most, if not all, of the characters you could also unlock the regular way, which was just like fighting people. Right? Like this, just fighting people. And so I basically played, because they put a whole bunch of like marketing and promotional effort into the like Subspace Emissary or whatever the hell it was. I guess I'll just look it up. What was it actually called? Was it called Subspace Emissary? New record! That reminds me of something else. Subspace Emissary, yeah. Adventure mode, the Subspace Emissary. They put so much behind that of course when I got the game, that was the first thing I did. I played through it. You could beat it in one sitting and then have like virtually everything unlocked. And so after doing that, I was like, well, great, there's like no reason to play this anymore. Now you gotta remember, like, a lot of my game playing at this point was single player, right? Yes, did I play Smash Bros with friends? Yes, but it normally wasn't on my Wii or on my copy of the Wii. So to unlock everything in one sitting and then be able to play competitively against friends, I get where they're coming from. But it just really defeated the whole purpose of Smash Bros to me. So this was the one I was super excited for. It came out, I played it like one afternoon, and then I was like, well, I guess I don't really need to play it anymore. And that's, I mean, I kept playing it off and on, but I found myself going back to Melee way more often. So that's pretty much the story with this one. It's an easy elimination for me. Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, Super Paper Mario. I can tell you exactly why this game is on here. I just don't know if I can skip to that moment. I seem to recall Mario, like, had to go to prison. Which sounds crazy. But, like, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. So it's a 2D side-scroller Mario. He's like a piece of paper. You saw him turning around right there. It just got, like, crumpled up and then straightened up, right? Mushroom shake? I was like, is that a can of mushrooms? Pretty much. Okay, so I swear the major... Well, okay, really, the major selling point of this game was, yes, it was a 2D side-scroller. But then... Where is it? I just saw it. But then you could play in, like, 3D mode, too, which was kind of fun. And so you got, like, a whole new perspective on things. And sometimes you had to do it to, like you'd walk in 2D mode, you'd get stuck up against a wall. So then you'd have to flip to 3D mode so you could go around the wall, right? You just saw it happen there. There was that wall, but you can go behind it, right? But I seem to recall that, like, Mario, like, goes to prison in this game. And basically they're like, you have to run on this giant hamster wheel for, I don't know, let's say 10 hours of in-game time to, like, work off your sentence. And basically it's trying to tell you, like, you gotta do the most boring thing, so figure out another way of breaking out of jail. Well, my dumbass grabbed a rubber band and took the Wii remote and wrapped the rubber band around the Wii remote to hold the directional button down so that Mario was just running on the wheel. And then I went and, like, played with a buddy of mine at his house, like, played basketball on his adjustable hoop and had ice cream and stuff. I don't know. Went and spent the day at my buddy's house. And then came back and the system was still on in the basement. The rubber band was still wrapped around the Wii remote. Mario was still running. And then I, like, left it overnight. And then when I came back, I was able to keep playing the game. And apparently, like, while that was possible to do it that way, that wasn't actually the intended way, even though the game said Mario has to do this for 6 hours or 8, whatever it was, right? I don't remember exactly how long it was. But that's actually one of my favorite tropes in games, is when they, like, say, hey, in order to get past this point, you have to collect 100 grubs and bring them back to the person. And it's, like, the most tedious thing, because there's only ever 2 or 3 grubs at a time, right? And I'm being very specific about that example. So keep that one in mind. But anytime a game has something like that, I'm like, oh my gosh, they just did one of my favorite tropes, where you can either do it the unintended way or the intended way. But anyways, I remember playing this one a lot. It was fun. It was not like Paper Mario on the N64, but it was still fun. But I'm just gonna eliminate it. It's literally on this list because of that story of how my dumb ass was like, wow, they really want me to run on this giant hamster wheel for hours? Okay, let me just wrap a rubber band. I thought I was a genius. I was like, wow, people are really doing this? I'm just gonna wrap a rubber band around the controller and walk away. Okay, how about how about not The Force Unleashed quite yet? Let's do Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. Oh, look at that. It's not even Paramount, but they have the Paramount mountain shape, even though that was the Sudan. I know that's not the same mountain. So what's the story with this game? Well, I remember when they announced this game, they also announced, well, they didn't really announce, oh, it's Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. They just said, hey, we're working on a next-gen Indiana Jones game. It's going to use this brand new, like, enemy AI and character physics and environment physics and asset object physics engine called Euphoria, the Euphoria engine. And if you remember the Euphoria engine, all of their tech demos were using Jedis and their force powers and stormtroopers, right? So I remember they were like using the force to like pick up a stormtrooper and like force push and pull him towards another stormtrooper, and then the other stormtrooper would try and pull him down, so they would actually like hold on to each other, and then you could pick up two stormtroopers, and you could basically get like a barrel of monkeys. You could get a chain of stormtroopers holding onto each other, and then you could throw them and they'd hit wood, and like they just had like a wooden wall as a part of the tech demo. And then they were like, look, every time we break this wooden wall, it fractures and splinters like wood differently every single time. And they were like, the way we used to do this was we would specifically have different fragments of the object pre-broken. That's it's a technique called Voronoi, something like that. Voroni or OI. So it's either Voronoi or Voroni. Fracturing, where you basically you have your object and then you hand place the cracks and then it breaks it apart from that point. So while it might break slightly differently, it's still the same pieces that are breaking every time. Whereas the Euphoria engine, the whole idea was, if it was wood, it was based on the grain of the wood, and so it would break and splinter differently every time. Did that really hold up in game? Probably not. So the reason I say that is LucasArts was like, we have this whole new engine that we're using for all this destruction, and we're going to do a Star Wars game and an Indiana Jones game. And they never really did a tech demo for Indiana Jones, but they did do kind of like an in-engine cinematic of what could be possible using Euphoria and Indiana Jones. And for Indiana Jones, it was basically him in like San Francisco, like Chinatown area or whatever. And it was really, really cool. So obviously there is still, like, there you go. That's a perfect example of how games, wow, I went way far back. Of how games break things is they're just kind of already broken apart. Haha, there was a Wilhelm scream. Okay. I must have gone way far back. I saw that really good example of what a fracture would look like. And now it's gone. Oh well. So anyways, they had a part. Oh yeah, there's a part in the jungle. So you could use the whip, and you could like... And this was supposed to use kind of the same thing, that like if you whipped guys into each other, they were supposed to like hold on to each other and try and keep each other from like falling down and stuff. You could like pick up objects. Or throw objects at people. Use your environment to take down guys. And it was fun. But unfortunately, this game, while it was them trying to live up to their promise of that Euphoria engine Indiana Jones game, this game really didn't live up to it. And you're like, well, yeah, it was on the Wii. Didn't they make this for the Xbox and the PlayStation at the time? No. They made this for the Wii, and they made a version for the PSP. And the one for the PSP, believe it or not, is slightly worse than this, but it doesn't have motion controls. And this one is the slightly better version, but it's kind of brought down by semi-shitty motion controls. And they do work. The motion controls are fine. They could have been better. But where this game really shines is there are so many cinematic moments that feel like they're ripped straight from an Indiana Jones movie. Also, the guy that they had doing the voice is not the guy that does the voice in The Great Circle. And it's not the guy that does the voice in The Infernal Machine and The Emperor's Tomb and The Fate of Atlantis. It's a different guy, and he sounds just like him.
Kind of looks good from all the way up here.
Sounds just like him. They had a multiplayer mode that was a different campaign. So you played through, the Staff of Kings is finding the Staff of Moses that he used to part the sea, right? So the whole like climax of the game is like using the staff to part the sea, and then the sea collapses back over all the Germans, right? Where's the part in San Francisco? Ooh, yikes, that doesn't seem very good.
Where'd you learn to do that?
Intruder! Allah, stop that man!
Kenya, shall we?
Because it had like fireworks and stuff. So if you watch the Euphoria Engine teaser for Indiana Jones, the closest we got was the Chinatown level, which I'm not seeing anything that looks like that, but I swear it was like just right back here somewhere. Oh, there we go. And it does. It has some Temple of Doom music, so I might have to turn it down. Anyways, okay, let's skip to the end where they're using the staff. Yeah, there we go. The staff wants to stay here. So I was saying I had a multiplayer mode, and the multiplayer mode wasn't the Staff of Kings. It was a different artifact, a different story and campaign altogether. But the best part about that was because it was multiplayer, one person played as Indiana Jones, the other person played as Henry Jones Sr. And like whoever they got to sound like Harrison Ford sounds a bit like Harrison Ford to me. And whoever they got to sound like Sean Connery also sounded just like Sean Connery. It's a ton of fun to play that one. I've played that multiplayer with a handful of friends, and it's a blast every single time. It's so good. So that I could absolutely see that being one. If I could convince somebody to play it with me and play it on stream, I think that's absolutely something that could show up. So would the Staff of Kings show up? Maybe not, but I do think. Oh, look at that! They're using AI to like remove the music. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Oh, look! It turned into a serpent.
It'll take care of itself.
I'm gonna give it a chance because I do think playing the multiplayer mode with some people could be a lot of fun. It's so silly. Okay, so the reason I did that was the whole Euphoria Engine thing. So now we can go to The Force Unleashed. Now, it's The Force Unleashed for the Wii, but actually, they didn't do a bad job of delivering on the promises, like picking up people. And then they like try to hold on to their environment and hold on to other people in the level, and like having destruction that looks better than just a Voronoi fracture, right? And having everybody ragdoll. And this was really fun. It does tie in to Star Wars, the main story. Indy. He seems more noisy today than I recall. He's not shaking, so his ear is okay, which that's if anybody knows or needs to know. He's had some ear troubles, but he's like scratching his neck, his collar, so. Let's see. So the intro of the game, not training, but the actual intro of the game. You start out as Darth Vader Like, literally right after he wakes up and goes, where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? And the Emperor goes, I'm afraid, that's why they're clones and not stormtroopers, right? I'm afraid in your anger you killed her. And he goes, what? That's impossible. She was alive. I felt it, right? That whole thing. Indy, can you lay down? Just lay down. Good boy. If I can hear it through the headset, it's gotta be loud. And so basically, like, the story goes that immediately after the events of episode 3, Anakin goes, and it's basically like, it's the Emperor saying, can he still do the things that I need him to do now that he's more machine than man, right? And so he sends him to Kashyyyk to look for Yoda, to hunt down. So here's the thing. All the Jedi, except for Obi-Wan and Yoda, died in Order 66. I don't know who all these jabronis are that are in all the Disney stuff, okay? I don't know who Cal Kestis is. I don't know who Ezra and Freddie Prinze Jr. are, okay? Look that up. Freddie Prinze Jr. plays a Jedi in the animated Rebels show, right? I don't know all these jabronis that are in Rogue One. Who cares about these guys? Because Anakin goes back and looks for Yoda, and Yoda's already gone, right? So they assume Yoda's dead. They assume Obi-Wan's dead, because he can't find any of them. Right? But he goes, and in Kashyyyk...
Well, let's hope so.
Oh my goodness. He finds this little kid who actually, like, uses the Force to grab his lightsaber, and he's like, oh wow, the Force is strong with this one. So he becomes his, like, secret apprentice to try to take down the Emperor, right? If you remember in episode 3, Anakin's like, Obi-Wan, join me, and together we can be stronger than the Emperor. You can help me establish my new empire. And Obi-Wan's like, your new empire, right? Like, he wants to take down the Emperor. He's always wanted to. He's just always had the deck stacked against him. The deck stacked against him, right? So here he finds this little kid that's, like, super strong with the Force. So he's like, oh, I'm going to train him privately, and then I'll use him to take down the Emperor. And so this game had, like, alternate endings where if you succeeded and didn't join... like, if you went full dark side, then you killed the Emperor, and Anakin got to establish a new empire. And if you didn't join him, you sacrificed yourself to basically give Leia and, like, the beginnings of the rebellion a fighting chance. So Leia's actually in the game at some point. But basically, the major draw of this game was Starkiller is super strong with the Force, and so it's the Force. Copyright music. It's basically he's super strong with the Force. And so you're just mowing down stormtroopers. But then it did have really cool bosses too, like a Rancor. Not really Jedi, but like some people that could kind of fight you. Right? They already established that the little droid jabronis with the little things in episode 3 could actually, like, fight lightsabers. What are those things called? The Magna Guards. The Magna Guards, like, staffs could dual lightsabers, right? So they do have some of those staffs or similar staffs. Oh, but you just did really cool stuff, man. So anyways, yeah, the whole game was like, what side do you pick? And so, like, there's Leia. There's kind of the beginning of the rebellion there with Mon Mothma and Bail Organa. But it's because Starkiller was willing to give himself up. So the one on the Wii was, like, nothing compared to the one on the PlayStation and the Xbox at the time. But it was still a lot of fun because you actually had the motion control, so it was kind of like, you know, to force push, you, like, thrusted the nunchuck forward and stuff. It was fun. It was a cool story. I've tried going back over the last few years, and I've tried playing these on like the Xbox and the PlayStation, and they're just not good. So I'm I'm gonna eliminate it. But they were fun at the time, especially on the Wii. I thought it was fun. The whole reason The Force Unleashed 2 is on this list is because it came out around the time that the Monkey Island 1 and 2 special editions came out. And so you could actually, in the first level of the game, you were like, it wasn't Jabba. Maybe it was Jabba, because The Force Unleashed 2 was an alternate timeline game where Starkiller was... Like, Starkiller could kill Luke Skywalker, he could kill Obi-Wan, he could kill Chewbacca and Han Solo. Like, there's a whole level where you're actually on the forest moon Endor, and you're killing Han and Chewbacca to make sure that they can't turn the shields off on the Death Star number 2 in Return of the Jedi. So it was like a what if Starkiller was like more involved during the original movies. But basically, so it might have been Jabba the Hutt, but basically the first level was like a casino area. There was a casino area, and if you like destroyed all the slot machines in one of the rooms, you unlocked Guybrush Threepkiller, which was just a Guybrush skin for Starkiller. And I don't even think like it had his voice or anything. It just was Guybrush, and I thought that was cool. I thought that was funny. So I basically got this game just so I could play as Guybrush, and that was really it. So that's why that video is 20 seconds long, because that is my only memory of this game, was playing as Guybrush. Again, this was another one I tried to go back to on PlayStation 4 one day, and I was like, this is awful. This is real bad, so I got to eliminate it. But I thought I'd show that, because probably nobody knows that you could play as Guybrush in the game. Boy, we got a lot. Probably a good, since I keep talking about PlayStation and Xbox now, probably a good time to segue into Wii Fit. So, and here, we'll skip to, I don't really care, because what I spent the most amount of time on in Wii Fit was the ski jump mode. Okay. If somebody is watching, I'm really sorry that this is kind of a bummer of a story as to why Wii Fit is on here. Did I play Wii Fit? Did I play a lot of it? Yeah. But the story of Wii Fit is... one Christmas, the Wii was still going strong. I mean, obviously, think about when the Wii Fit came out, right? It was still going strong. But it was at a point where, like, a lot of my friends at the time were, like, they were playing on Xbox. They had Xboxes. And I remember I think it was, like, the Xbox 360 had, like, an arcade edition. I swear that's what it was called. I'm gonna go look that up. It was Xbox 360 arcade console. List of 360 configurations. So there was the Xbox 360, there was the 360 core, the Xbox 360 Arcade replaced the 360 core as the entry-level 360. It was $279, $280. Price cuts September 4th, 2008. The arcade fell from $280 to $199. And then shortly after that dropped down to $150. So they must have had like a holiday edition that was $150. I seem to recall it being about $150. I practically begged for an Xbox Arcade for Christmas one year. And I think you can tell, I think you can see where I'm going with this story. Right? I said, Mom, Dad, Santa Claus, anything in between. You know, aunts, uncles, grandparents. Colton, what do you want for Christmas? I said, oh man, I want an Xbox. I want an Xbox so bad. And it was, oh, those are kind of expensive. And I went, well, not the arcade one. The arcade one is cheaper than the Wii was, right? I was like, oh, all my friends are playing on it. I'll be able to play with them. It's going to be so much fun. Christmas morning rolls around. There's a big box wrapped up under the Christmas tree with my name on it. It's heavy. I open it up, and sure enough, it's not an Xbox, it's Wii Fit. And I hate that this is the story, because like I said, if certain family members are watching, it may be kind of a bummer, but to be totally honest with you, the whole reason Wii Fit is on here is because it was kind of a disappointment to get. Did I play it? Did I have fun with it? Was it maybe sort of a pleasant surprise? Yes. Did I like make kind of a big deal with all my buddies like before Christmas break, being like, oh guys, I think I've put out enough feelers to get, you know, put out enough hints to get an Xbox. I'll be able to play Xbox with you guys. And then after Christmas break being like, I didn't get an Xbox. I got a Wii Fit, and all of them laughing. It was rough, but I did enjoy ski jump mode, and I enjoyed different things. I enjoyed the game telling me that I was out of shape despite being underweight. That was all fun. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. That it was fun. It just wasn't what I asked for. All right, let's see. Okay, so then how about Black Ops? Because again, like, I wanted an Xbox. All my buddies were playing Call of Duty on Xbox. They were playing Halo. They were playing all these games. And I was like, man, I wish. Well, then Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops, came out on the Wii. And it was like semi-competent. And it had online multiplayer. And I actually did have a handful of friends that got this on the Wii and played with me. So that was fun. We still had fun. But I seem to recall Black Ops and Black Ops 2 on either the Wii for both of them or the Wii and the Wii U. I think they were both the Wii. I also remember Modern Warfare Reflex Edition, I think is what it was, which was when they ported Modern Warfare to the Wii. And that was a lot of fun. So it wasn't all bad. The Wii was capable. It just would have been more fun to be able to play those games on Xbox with my neighborhood friends and my private school friends, because they were all on Xbox. I don't remember any of the campaign. I just remember playing online. So I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna eliminate it. I'm sure I had more of a story on this. I seem to recall that like I was really good at like kind of run and gun with a flashbang. And I think one of my buddies was like, dude, if you were playing this on like Xbox, like you'd be part of the squad for sure. But because I was on the Wii, it was like still sort of impressive that I was pretty good at multiplayer, but it was also like on the Wii. So anyways, we're flying through the Wii here. I still got lots of funny stories though. Rayman Raving Rabbids was another one of those like launch or launch window games. And basically, this whole thing was just like a collection of random mini games that, again, was like, here's how you can use the Wii Remote. Here's how you can use the nunchuck. And what's funny is the Rabbids, like, really took on a life of their own. Like, there's Mario games that have the Rabbids in them. There's games that are just Rabbids and not Rayman. Like, they really kind of went crazy with them. I remember these had like musical levels too, much like Guitar Hero. It was like certain movements were coming down and you had to like in the right direction at the right time. And there was one where you had to like pull teeth out of, or pull, like you had to like, yeah, pull teeth, you had to drill teeth, you had to like pull worms out of teeth in like the dentist's office, out of the rabbit's mouth. Super weird. Like every single game in this was like super weird. But basically, I think the story was that like Rayman was like, I don't know why they kept throwing all the heroes in prison, but I'm pretty sure Rayman was like thrown in prison and the only way he could get out was like a test of like gladiator type strength. But he noticed that if he won certain games, he was awarded a plunger. And so like in his prison cell, he'd stick plungers to the walls. And once you had enough plungers, you could climb out and climb out the window at the very, very top of the room. I do remember this too. Wow, Pedo would have a field day with that one now, huh? But like a light gun game and just a bunch of random shit in this game. And it was fun. I played a lot of this one too. But like, I don't know, other than just thinking about like how goofy the Rabbids were, and like every time I see them like in a new game, I'm like, how did that goofy game amount to the Rabbids? Like for a while, as far as video games go, the Rabbids were like Minions, right? Now there's like Minions movies that are just the Minions and not really the Minions and Gru and Gru's family, right? Despicable Me, I couldn't even think of it, right? Now there's like compare it to that. Like the Rabbids were just silly characters that then like took on a life of their own. I don't think they're really around now, but they were around for at least a decade. Like, just crazy, man. Wow, I'm eliminating a lot of these just because, like, A, I don't think I can really play them anymore. But B, like, the Wii had a lot of weird, like, promises that they, like, sort of followed through on, right? Here's a fun one. And Ghost Squad is one that I could play somehow on a computer, because it's an arcade game. But I remember this... That was loud. I remember this was like, I think it was at Costco. And it was like $10. And I just like stuck it in the cart. And, you know, again, grocery shopping and stuff. Every now and then we would fill up. When we had money, we'd go to Costco and we would fill up. We would buy in bulk a ton of stuff, right? And I remember like we'd walk by the games and sometimes I'd be like, oh, can we add this? I know games are kind of expensive. We're here for food. But this was like $10 and I was like, I just grabbed it and put it in the cart. And my mom was like, okay, sure. And I got home and played it. And I was like, oh, this isn't quite what I expected. Because like you look at the cover and I'm like, oh, dude, it's like a shooter. And it certainly is a shooter, but it's an arcade light gun shooter, right? But then I didn't realize just how Kino this game actually was. It's got tons of little unlockables. There's like a paradise mode where you're like, you have like monkey and like panda masks and frog masks, and the characters are like in their bathing suits. And there's just tons of little things to unlock and tons of little goofy things to do. Tons of replay value. Like, yes, you can sit through and play the whole like arcade campaign in about an hour, right? But then all the little other things you could do was so much fun. And then yeah, like it's the classic, don't shoot the hostages. And like upon playing this, I was like, oh my gosh, it really is a port of that arcade game that's like at the movie theater, right? So I was totally okay with getting this for like $10 and like playing it for like a summer, basically. Like it was a lot of fun.
Drop your weapon. I thought I smelled rats.
I just wonder, does it have like Paradise mode? Because that stuff was so funny, dude. And I remember like it had an episode of like, they had an episode of like X-Play and Cheat on this game where they talked about how you could unlock all the goofy stuff. It was great. Oh, see, I thought maybe... Oh, I guess this person's showing what happens if you play poorly, because they beat the game. And you know, I would like to do like an arcade or light gun day, maybe. I'll give it a star. I won't eliminate that one. And I think it's just like the bang for the buck, right? It was like just a simple game, super cheap, but like tons of replay value for like an hour-long sit down and play. You could play with friends. Like you could have two people with Wii remotes pointing at the screen and shoot. Like lots of fun, dude. Okay, Rock Band 2. Okay, Painkiller by Judas Priest. We'll hear a little bit of this song. Just because this song is absolutely bonkers. That's the kick. I've heard this song live too. By Judas Priest, by Rob Halford. Faster than a bullet! He's half man and half machine! Great song. Here, we gotta hear the double bass again. Okay, so the story with this game is, again, kind of like my neighborhood friends played Rock Band 1 at one of the houses on like PlayStation or Xbox or whatever. But then like nobody had Rock Band 2. And I was like, wait a minute, Rock Band 2 is on the Wii. Like, and the Beatles Rock Band came out on the Wii, and like my parents, they love the Beatles, man. So of course they got the big bad edition of the Beatles, right? I only got Guitar Hero Metallica, the game. I didn't get the drums and the double bass and the Metallica guitar. I only got the box with the disc in it, right? But of course, Rock Band Beatles comes out, and we have the Paul McCartney bass guitar, and the microphone and mic stand, and the drums with the little bass drum cover. That's the Beatles logo. I'm making a joke here. We all played it. We all had fun with it. But then I was like, bros, to my friends, bros, I could get Rock Band 2, and we could continue the adventures of our band in Rock Band 2. So the band's name was Grum Lemonade. And for Rock Band 2, we were called Grum Reloaded. And sure enough, over the time it took us to beat Rock Band 2, we went from having like 4 or 5 of us that could consistently play and kind of swap instruments around and hang out to basically me and my other good friend. Like it was just 2 of us. And I remember this song, like one of us could kind of do the guitar. Like I think I was okay at doing the guitar on this, but my buddy was like really struggling to do the drums. And I was like, let me try the drums. And so I got a little further in the drums, but he couldn't do the guitar as well. So we just kept swapping and hoping one of the times we were going to get through it. And finally we did beat this song. And then we had an even harder song to play after this one. But we were stuck on this song for so long, dude. Painkiller, Judas Priest. But it's an awesome song. It's one of my favorites. So anyways, is it a little sad that this was kind of the one that, like, yes, I got Rock Band 2 for my birthday one year, and like we all played. Like Me and, like I said, my handful of really close friends, they'd come over after school on Friday. We'd walk to the grocery store down the street. We'd get like soda and candy and snacks, and we'd hang out in the basement and play Rock Band. And then, yeah, like I said, by the end of that, it was really only me and one other guy that was doing that. It was kind of at that time where, well, I won't say that. Never mind. So lots of fun, but again, I'm not sure how you would like stream Rock Band. And I think, even though these are meaningful to me, and I'm eliminating a lot of like music games, like I'm not sure how you stream music games, so I'm not sure it's fair for a lot of them to move on. I know there's like Clone Hero. Clone Hero has a life of its own, so maybe there's a way to like play some Guitar Hero on stream one day. But where I was going with that was like the music and rhythm genre of video games, I think exists in the past and should stay in the past. Like, I don't think you're ever going to recapture how awesome Guitar Hero and Rock Band were back in the day. So, like, was it fun? Was it worthwhile back then? Yes. Was it kind of lightning in a bottle? And does lightning ever strike that bottle twice? Something like that. I think somebody says some saying like that. No, I don't think that's ever going to happen again. So it's better to leave Rock Band and Guitar Hero in the past, basically. Lots of fun. I mean, the reason why, I guess I could show this really quick. Hang on, there's a way for me to show this for sure. Let me do it real quick. I won't totally get rid of this, but I'll blur. Well, it did show the background. Literally right behind me here, if you can kind of see that, is an electronic drum kit. And then, oh, you can't quite see it. Literally right here is a guitar and an amplifier. And like basically the reason that I have those things is because I played Rock Band and Guitar Hero and then decided that I wanted to learn how to play those instruments for real. So like they are meaningful to me, right? Anyways, let's talk about Tiger Woods PGA Tour. Again, if anybody knows me, they know that I'm like a big fan of golf, and there's a lot of golf games on this list. The real reason why this is on here is because Guitar Hero, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 10. I'm pretty sure it was 10. I have 10 in the Masters on this list, and it's because one of them was bundled with the Wii Motion Plus, and the Wii Motion Plus like actually made it so you had to swing. So on that Wii Sports one, you saw the person just basically go like that, and it did a full swing. This one, you actually like had to go back and through, and it tracked like the depth. If you were more vertical, if you were more around your body, if you closed the club face, opened the club face. It didn't really track if you were like coming in fat or shallow, right? Like you couldn't totally duff a shot. Why are you spinning that back so much? That's way too much. Oh, dude, this game had, if you hit a really good shot, it didn't do it on a replay, but it would go into like adrenaline mode where like the shot would like go slow motion and have like a heartbeat as it was tracking towards the hole. Oh, it was awesome. This game was really, really good, man. But I'm pretty sure it came with a Wii Motion Plus. And I remember it was like, oh, well, I'll go down to the store and go get Tiger Woods because I kind of want to play a golf game. Like, I love golf. If I wasn't playing real golf, I was playing a golf video game, right? And I remember walking into the electronics department of this store, and the worker, I was like, yeah, can you unlock the case for me so I can get Tiger Woods for the Wii? And the guy was like, the guy was like, "What?" Hey, I was in there a lot. I was asking for Wii games, and the guy was like, "Why are you still playing on a Wii? Why don't you get a real console? Why don't you get a PlayStation or an Xbox?" And I was like, "Dude, can you just like open the case so I can get Tiger Woods, please?" And I was like, "And no, not that one. I want the one that has the Wii Motion Plus, so I can like play Zelda when it comes out and really enjoy the better motion controls, right?" And I played a lot of this for sure. And this was still when it was like EA and they did like yearly releases of the golf games. It had Frisbee Golf in it because of the Wii Motion Plus. I did not get 2011. 2011. Just 2010. But then for 2012, I'm gonna eliminate this and we're gonna jump to 2012. They made it the Masters. And I was like, I have to get that. And I'm pretty sure again they bundled it with the Wii Motion Plus. And I was like, yeah, I need more Wii Motion Pluses for any other games that are gonna start using them, right? So I had 1 and 2 for any like 2-player games that used it or whatever.
Gotta like this. Perfectly placed in the fairway.
Gotta like this.
40 yards from the cup from here. There's a couple of things we can do here.
Yeah, see? Like you could dial in swings because of the Wii Motion Plus. It was so good. And like I said, it had Frisbee Golf,
Shot to the green.
had like career mode, it had like special moments, it had the Masters at Augusta National.
This looks good. It's going to find the green.
Nice shot. Come on, make the putt. Let's see it. It's uphill. I remember the putt preview was like cheater mode. I was gonna say it's a straight putt. Just go right at it. He didn't go right at it.
Tiger Woods for par.
Here, let's see another. Ooh, that didn't seem good.
Great approach shot, and we'll be putting.
I guess it was good. What was that, like a 5-wood? Anyways, again, if I compare this and the previous one, I eliminated it. But if I compare these to other golf games on the list, they just don't compare. Were they fun? Was Frisbee Golf mode fun? Was playing all the PGA Tour spots with the Wii Motion Plus, was it fun? Hell yeah, it was. But I don't think it moves on, man. Look at this, the Wii. I thought this was going to be like a heavy hitter, tons of games moving on, but not really. All right, NBA Jam. As you know, we already talked about NBA Jam Tournament Edition and NBA Jam for the Game Boy and how much I played that with my brother and some of my brother's friends and some of my friends. Well, the Wii was kind of interestingly placed right in an era where remasters and remakes and nostalgia cash grabs were really catching on, right? They put Guybrush in The Force Unleashed 2, right? So they ended up making a new NBA Jam with the same commentator, with the same kind of style of gameplay. And they put it out on the Wii. Then they updated the rosters slightly after a couple of years and then put it out on like the Xbox and the PlayStation. But like this is the OG like NBA Jam Modern Edition. And like it was fun.
knuckle sandwiches.
Chicken knuckle sandwiches. I do remember it being like kind of basic though.
Watch out, and it's hammer time.
And like while I could play NBA Jam Tournament Edition like
Durant, fire.
almost endlessly,
Off the mark.
I feel like after this one, after playing like
Beasley
a little bit,
no good.
it just wasn't that great. You could play as some of the mascots, so they did have some of the like unlockable special kind of funny characters, but like again, I'm from Utah, the Jazz Bear wasn't a playable character. And so I just remember like, it was okay. Did my brother play this one with me? No. Did anybody really play this one with me?
Durant, he's pushed.
No. Maybe that's part of the reason why.
Oop attempt. Beasley's getting in.
Wow, I think you can see kind of a theme with the Wii, that it was, again, I mentioned this, but it was a lot of promise and not a lot of delivery. It was a fun console though. There were highlights, and I'm saving some of those highlights. There we go. Okay, I wanted to show that you could go on fire. Now stay on fire. I want to see it. Don't let him score.
Kevin Love with great athleticism.
No, 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 no. No, that's stupid. Well, anyways, you could go on fire, right? I'm gonna eliminate it. It was fun. It's just, again, compared to like Tournament Edition, it's just not the same, man. All right, let's go to Red Steel. I mentioned this already. This was one of those like, there you go. See, so the non-reinforced one, it didn't have the little rubber guard on it. They did say, hey, when you have like the nunchuck, go ahead and also loop it through. Oh man, that's great stuff. But this was basically like, yes, you had your katana and your broken katana with the nunchuck. But then you had like guns. And I remember it was so much fun because you were playing it, and then whoever I was playing it with got the idea of like, hey, what happens if you like hold it sideways like you're a G, right? And I did that, and I was like, no way you can do that. So I played the whole game like this. It was awesome. And do I remember much else about this game other than like, hey, look, it's a pretty competent shooter on the Wii that's, again, like showing you that like aiming with the Wii remote is like awesome, but then like occasionally having like sword fights is like kind of freaking cool. Nice. Did I get very far in this game? No, because I remember like I remember renting it a few times and having lots of fun with it. So again, I think I just have to eliminate it. Now, the one I would probably revisit if it's possible, so I'll spoiler alert, I'm probably going to rank this one okay, was Red Steel 2. Now, Red Steel 2, same company, Ubisoft, same console. It did use the Wii Motion Plus, but they went like in a completely different direction with it. It was like an Old West, like, cowboy samurai. So everything was like very Eastern, very Asian, right? Very, I feel like calling it Asian is worse than just calling it Oriental, because Oriental literally means Eastern. So cancel me, I guess, if I used the wrong word along the way. But very much like, right, listen to the music, look at the architecture, but then also look that it's like, you know, and the cel-shaded art style. And yes, the Wii Motion Plus that like tracked. Yeah. This one was a lot of fun. Just a totally different vibe. Okay, here's maybe a better way of describing it. The Clint Eastwood Westerns, right? The Man with No Name trilogy, which, fun fact, the Man with No Name trilogy he's not playing the same character in them. In fact, I think in one of them he does have a name, and it's not a nickname like Blondie, right? But it's like that. But then if you watch, what is it? A Fistful of Dollars. A Fistful of Dollars is basically Kurosawa's Yojimbo, I think. Basically Yojimbo. Indy. Stop. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm trying to tell you that Kurosawa did a samurai movie, and then the Clint Eastwood movie is almost a shot-for-shot recreation, just in a Western instead of a samurai setting. And you could almost say this game is like if you were to merge those two. It's a Western samurai. It's very, very cool. And the sword stuff was awesome. He's noisy today, man. I don't get it. I'm gonna give it 1 star. This one, I think, gets 1 star. I don't know if they ever put it on another console. I don't know if it's possible to play it, but like, that one was what the first one should have been. It was way more polished. The Wii Motion Plus made a huge difference on the sword fighting. It was real good. Real good. Okay, I don't have Super Mario Galaxy 2 on here, just Super Mario Galaxy. And this is because, like, I remember this had the weirdest, like, marketing. Like, again, look at the aliasing. Look at how crunchy the borders of, like, some of these objects are. Right? Almost, like, pixelated. See all the aliasing on Mario? All the aliasing over here? The little, like, jagged zigzags? And how they move as the camera moves? Like, they're like zigzaggy, so as the camera moves, they keep like zigzagging, right? The reason I bring that up is because I don't remember what movie it was, but I remember being like in a movie theater, and on the giant movie theater screen was a trailer for Super Mario Galaxy. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, it's a Mario game, and it's like blown up massive on the screen. And so like some of the pre-rendered stuff looked fine, and then when they showed gameplay, it was like, oh. And for some reason, that lives in my head of like, if you're gonna show off a game, if you're gonna show off a project, like make sure it looks decent on whatever screen. So like the same ad on a television at home looked fine, but on a giant movie theater screen was not good. Now, again, this was another one of those ones that they showed like at one of those E3s, and they showed like the gravity switching. Right? So remember when I mentioned that in Twilight Princess, I was like, I'm pretty sure the zero grav magnetic boots are kind of the precursor to Mario Galaxy and playing with where gravity is and how you could get to like little planets and like run around the planets and literally like go to the bottom of a moon or like fly through space. I mean, I know that's a cutscene, but you could like actually fly through. I'm apparently not finding any good examples of that. But this was really cool to be like thinking about, wow, look at that. Reflections before ray tracing. How did they do it? Whoa. Oh yeah, the Bumblebee outfit. See, like running around on the bottom of like meteors. So cool, dude. So cool. I don't remember what I ranked Super Mario Sunshine, but like I think this one should get much more of a chance. I would love to play this. I would love to be able to, I would love to revisit that one. It was a lot of fun. All right, let's see. Okay, well, I already mentioned that the Wii was right in the middle of that era where they were remaking, remastering, and doing games based on games you grew up playing. And here's a prime example. Making a GoldenEye game. Just got out of the movie. Will return when I get home.
Good morning, 007.
Odysseus will return.
For the past 3 years, a high-ranking Russian general, Arkady...
Is that actually, what's her name? Judi Dench?
Russian military equipment.
Whoa.
On the black market. We have reason to believe he's about to ship a cache of high-tech weapons to a terrorist organization that has been targeting our embassies. Along with Agent 006, your mission is to infiltrate his...
So here's the thing. When it comes to the video game, GoldenEye, Nintendo owns the rights to the video game GoldenEye. They don't own the rights to 007. They don't own the rights to James Bond. They don't own the rights to the movie. They own the rights to the video game GoldenEye. So when they wanted to remake it or update it for modern audiences or whatever, modern hardware, they had to like jump through a lot of hoops. And so to do that, they put it like this game came out on the Wii first. And literally what you're about to see here is the only thing it has in common with the Nintendo 64 one. This opening shot, this opening screen is basically the only thing it has in common with the N64. They put Daniel Craig in it. And then from here on out, the rest of the game is not the same, like at all. Now, did they end up putting this out on the other consoles at the time, eventually? Yes. Did a lot of people end up going, oh, it really wasn't that bad after that happened? Yes. Did it have online multiplayer that was a lot of fun? Yes. Could you play as, like, other characters, like Jaws and stuff? I seem to recall that. So it was fun, but it just, like, it wasn't GoldenEye. They called it GoldenEye, and it just wasn't GoldenEye, you know? And sure enough, years later, Xbox and Rare were able to put GoldenEye on Xbox and have it on Game Pass. And it also showed up on the Nintendo Switch Online. But here's a fun fact for you. When Microsoft and Xbox purchased Rare Studios, they actually had Rare working on kind of like how they did not really a remaster and not really a direct port of Perfect Dark. It's somewhere in between. It's Perfect Dark, but with better textures and slightly better polygon count and better resolution and better audio, but it's still the N64 version of the game, just slightly better, less compressed, less optimization, right? So the Perfect Dark on the Nintendo 64 and Perfect Dark on the Xbox Live Arcade, the Xbox 360 Arcade, I think, Xbox Live Arcade, are basically the same game. It's kind of like Banjo-Kazooie or Conker's Bad Fur Day, how they have the two different versions, but they're basically the same. They just made it look and sound a little bit better with minor differences. They wanted to do the exact same thing with GoldenEye. They wanted to have a version of GoldenEye that was on the Xbox Live Arcade. And literally, it actually exists. You can find it online. Just before they were about to release the game and finish it, Nintendo got wind of it and was like, you can't do that. We own GoldenEye. And sure enough, that version of GoldenEye never came out. And when GoldenEye finally came out on Xbox a couple years ago, a lot of people were like, oh, is it the version that Rare made, 20 years ago? 15 years ago? And it was, no, it's a direct port of the Nintendo 64 version because Nintendo mandated that. And it's just, it's unfortunate we'll never have that slightly better version of GoldenEye. Because looking at this one, like, I don't know, man. It's just a Call of Duty clone. Like, I don't remember anything. Oh, that's the train. I was gonna say, I don't remember anything like this in the movie. Oh, there you go, Statue Park. Okay, so there's some things kind of similar, I guess. There was an emphasis on stealth. I do remember that, and it was kind of fun. And apparently you could play with a GameCube controller. I don't remember that. I played with the motion controls. It was okay. The whole reason it's on here is so I could compare and contrast it to GoldenEye. I did play it. I played online on it a lot, actually. That was kind of fun. All right, going with that theme. I promise there are Wii games that I did enjoy. Going with that theme of, oh, no way, they made a new game of a franchise that I actually really liked. Oh, it's nothing like the franchise that I really liked? Yeah, they made a Cruisin' for the Wii. And I think I've already mentioned this story. That it's basically, I guess, Midway Games and whoever made the arcade version had the rights to the Fast and Furious at the time. So this game exists in arcades as the Fast and Furious arcade game. And then when Midway was going to put it on consoles, on the Wii, they didn't have the Fast and Furious license anymore. And so they just slapped the Cruisin' name on it. So all they did was got rid of any reference to Fast and Furious and made it Cruisin'. So it's Cruisin' in name only. Is it still fun? Yeah, it's an arcade racer. But does it have, like, checkpoint? No. Does it have doing front flips? No. Does it have... Okay, it has checkpoint, but it doesn't have, like, the lady going, like, checkpoint! Which Cruisin' Blast, which came out years later on the Switch and in arcades, actually does have the same lady. Does it have a lady's voice? Did they add that? Because I don't think the Fast and Furious game did. Let's keep listening. Okay, I think I heard floor it right there, because that was the end. So it does have a woman's voice. Okay, it did this crazy thing. So when you're playing single player, you're trying to unlock all the cars, unlock all the things. When you finish a race, it like stops the race and does that 360 camera. When you're playing multiplayer, they must have added some things to it to make it a little more like Cruisin', but you could tell it really wasn't Cruisin'. I remember playing this, so I had a friend that actually really did like playing Cruisin' on the N64. And so when I got this, I was like, dude, come over, we'll play Cruisin' on the Wii. It's got new maps, it's got Race Wars. Wow, what a name. When you played multiplayer, whoever finished the race first, the other person didn't get to finish. So if they were in like 5th place, but competing with those around them, even though they were the computer, right? Like if you finished first and they were still back there, but they were having fun trying to like race against the computer, they didn't get to finish the race. And I remember playing that for the first time with my buddy. We were like, oh, this is okay. This is fine. We're playing. And then like I finished the race like way before he did. And it did the 360 camera spin, and then that was it. And he was like, I don't get to finish the race. And I was like, I guess not. And he was like, well, that sucks. And we were like, yeah. So we like played a few more races, and then we were like, let's just play the one on the N64. It was rough. Did I play the single player and unlock everything? Yeah. But again, in my mind, I was like, I guess they did add checkpoint with the woman's voice. I don't remember that, especially on the arcade one. But maybe I'm just up in the night on that fact. Okay, one thing that did make this game have some replay value was there were like hidden shortcut paths that were seriously super hard to find. And so sometimes it was like, when you found one, you felt super special. And so I do remember playing and trying to unlock everything, and then playing and trying to find all the shortcuts. Oh, there we go. Don't look! In fact, on the Nintendo 64 version of Cruisin' World, they actually had to put the models, they rotoscoped t-shirts on the models because they were in bikinis in the arcade version. And on the N64, Nintendo said, nope, family console, you gotta put them in t-shirts. So anyways, I was kind of excited for this when it was announced, hey, a new Cruisin' game by Midway is coming out on the Wii. I was like, no way, I want to play that. I think I got it as like a birthday present from somebody, from I think my brother. And again, did I play it a lot myself and like unlock everything and learn where all the, did you see that? Learn where all the shortcuts were? Like you saw that car come out of a shortcut. Ready? On the right side there. There he is. Yeah, I found all the shortcuts, I did all the stuff, but playing it multiplayer was like the most disappointing thing in the world, man. So for that reason, it's being eliminated. All right, how many more do we have here? Okay. I left the best for last, like I always do. We're gonna go to Skyward Sword. To this day, oh, apparently it has their like name up there. Oh well. To this day, I think this is the best Zelda game. And I know that's an extremely hot take. But I like every decision about this game was like perfect for what they were trying to do. The Wii's resolution was like 480i, not 480p. 480i, which is lower than standard definition, right? Like technically HD is 720p. Full HD is 1080p. And then Ultra HD is 4K resolution, which is like 20K. No, it's, I just said 1920, right? No, 1080p, so it'd be, yeah, it'd be like 2200p, right? So 480i is actually much worse than not much worse, but it's worse than 480p. So what they did with this game, which I guess this is on the Wii, apparently. Let's see if we can find a point that really communicates this. Was the further away objects were, they had a per pixel, like impressionistic watercolor shader. So as things were more in the distance, the pixels blended together as the pixels got larger. And so trees in the distance looked more smudgy than the trees and stuff in the foreground, right? Like this tree texture and this tree texture is the same, but because it's 480i, they just smudged it to make it look more impressionistic, more watercolor-like. And so when they put this game out on the Switch not too long ago, a few years ago, the game was in 1080p, I think. And so none of the little like watercolor impressionistic style actually shone through like at all. And the game kind of just looked very bland. Whereas like I really like this. So again, this tree and this tree and this tree are the same texture. It's just that the shader is changing how it's being rendered. And I thought that was really cool. It got rid of a lot of pop in. I mean, yes, things were morphing into higher detail, but it was like a painting that came to life. I thought it was really cool. It had the Wii Motion Plus, so remember when I said on Twilight Princess, was it a little disappointing that it really wasn't you swinging your sword? Yes. Did they rectify that with Skyward Sword? Yes. In fact, there are enemies that are like dual wielding swords and knives that they'll hold them up like this, and you have to swipe like vertically to cut through the gap in between their two swords. Or they'll hold them like this, and you have to swipe horizontally to cut through the gap. Or they'll hold them, whoops, I hit the microphone. They'll hold them like this, so you have to swipe into the corner, right? Like they'll block in different ways, and you have to swipe your sword into directions that they're not blocking for, and you have to like thrust the Wii Motion Plus to unlock things, and sometimes you have to like balance it. The Wii Motion Plus made this game so much fun. And then, yeah, being able to point and try and figure out where your objective is kind of silly, but, like, again, it kind of made sense. And then the fact that, like, you just kind of kept returning to the same handful of areas, I get that complaint from people. But each time you went back to the area, you had something that unlocked a new path, a new dungeon, a new temple to explore. And to this day, I still think the Ancient Cistern is probably the greatest Zelda dungeon of all time. I think this is the Ancient Cistern right here. I just want to, yes. So this is the Ancient Cistern. This is the greatest temple or dungeon they've ever had in a Zelda game. And it's for this reason alone that this is probably gonna get 4 stars. I splurged on this. I bought the like crazy box edition that had the gold remote with the gold. So okay, the Wii Motion Plus used to be a peripheral you plug into the bottom and it was a separate thing. Then they started packaging it into the Wii Remote Plus. So I have a gold Wii Remote Plus. I don't know if I have a gold nunchuck. I don't know if it came with a gold nunchuck. But I have the gold remote. It's the only remote I actually put the little rubber guard on, like I was saying. I have like the art book and strategy guide for this. Like I bought everything for this game. I was so excited for this game. And to me, it lived up to the expectations. Like, I do remember when they showed this off at E3, all of the journalists in the auditorium, all their like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections like interfered with the Wii Motion Plus. So Miyamoto's up there trying to show that like you are actually swinging your sword and Link's following it, but like it wasn't working. Live on stage, it wasn't working. It was like, oh brother. But then everybody confirmed, no, like they had the demo behind closed doors and it was working perfectly. It was interference. And like, sure enough, they actually learned from the interference and made it better for like at home, because homes are gonna have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and stuff, right? So anyways, I also really love the time shift mechanic in the desert, because the desert used to be an ocean. And so you find like an old pirate ship. But then like when you're at the Lanayru mines, you're like certain areas, like you activate certain areas. So like this is in the ancient times and this is in the past, right? The blue is ancient and the gray is in the present. I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. And I thought that was like, that's a strong contender for one of the best dungeons of all time, is the Lanayru mines and the pirate ship. This game is fantastic. Seriously, I think I just talked myself into a 4-star rating on that one. I was thinking 3 stars. I just talked myself into it's the best modern Zelda game. And that is such a hot take. And it's Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess, like right here for me. Wind Waker's way down here. Ocarina of Time. Oh, I shouldn't spoil it. Ocarina of Time. Who knows where that's going to be, because I still have to rank that one. Okay, and that leaves one last game on the Wii. Monster Hunter Tri. This game... Oh, I'm so glad I found this quest in particular for the video. I forgot I did that. This game wasn't even on my radar until I was watching a video on IGN.com, and they had like an ad before the video I was trying to watch. And the ad was some hunter that was in like all these pelts and scaly armors. And he was like, oh, check out this giant monster that I fought. And it was like, you know how like you're driving on the freeway around like hunting season and you live where I live or thereabouts, kind of in what could be considered flyover states, Utah, Idaho, those areas. In hunting season, as you're driving on the highway, on the freeway, you might see trucks driving with like literal deer antlers and heads sticking out of the back of the truck. And it's like, oh yeah, they went and got themselves a deer, right? Like, you'll see that. I've seen that multiple times. It was a commercial like that, but the hunter was wearing like Monster Hunter armor, and he had like dinosaurs in his truck, right? And I was like, what is that game? And then it showed gameplay, and I was like, wow, what is this game? And then it was like exclusively for the Wii, and I was like, whoa, this game looks really cool. Like, big, I mean, it's not open world, you just saw the loading screens, but big areas to go hunt like monsters in. And it was boasting online multiplayer. And I already mentioned that like the Pokemon, I think it was called Pokemon Revolution, was like the first game to have online multiplayer for the Wii, and I rented it just because of that. I never played it again, so it wasn't on this list. This is the only other game I have to rank. I rented it for, 5 days or whatever the rental time period was, and played online. I got Monster Hunter, I think from Target, and I played a bit until I kind of was like more used to like how you play. And then I was jumping online because you could play online with people. You could play with like 4 people and fight monsters, man. It was great. And this was one of the only games to also support the Wii Speak, or whatever it was called. I think that's what it was called. Let me go look. Wii Speak. And it was, yes, it was a voice chat solution, because Nintendo knows that they're more like the children's console or the family console. And I guess for some reason, they decided instead of having like headphones and like a microphone, like a headset, where who knows what's being said, right? We all make jokes about the Call of Duty lobbies and how crazy they were back in the day, right? So instead of being like, not really legally liable, but instead of being like responsible for parents like complaining to Nintendo, being like, you guys released a game that has online voice chat teaching my child all these terrible terms and all these bad things, Nintendo decided, we're just gonna have a microphone that literally sits on top of your TV and picks up all of the noise in the room and outputs it through the television. So you just spoke out loud into the room, and whoever you were playing with heard you, and then when they spoke back to you, it came through the TV speakers. That was their solution to like online voice chat. And this was one of the only games to use that. In fact, it was like a major selling point. Like, hey, this Wii Speak works with Monster Hunter. And Monster Hunter, like, you can talk with your party and make sure you know when it's time to capture the monster as opposed to killing it, or what area it might be, or who's gonna paintball it, or who's gonna set a trap, right? And I do remember playing that, and I remember playing online with some guy who was gonna help me get some materials for my armor. And he was talking up a big game like he was really good at Monster Hunter, and then he sucked. He got carded like multiple times, and then he like rage quit, and I was like, well, I guess I'll just do it by myself, which was really funny. The reason why it's the Raytheon, or Rathian, I guess it's Rathian. I always said Raytheon, because it's Raytheon and Rathalos. Raytheon just sounds better to me than Rathian. But this particular fight, guys, I spent like 1,100 or 1,200 hours on Monster Hunter 3 for the Wii. And a good portion of that was this particular fight, because I needed an item from this monster that had like a less than 1% chance of dropping. Like, if you did this quest, it had like a 0.5% chance of being in the quest rewards. I think you could capture, did it say? Let's go back. Hunt. So you could capture or kill. So if you captured it, it like doubled or tripled the percentage to like 1 to 2% chance, 1 or 1.5%. I want to say it like made it a 0.5% chance to a 1% chance, because it like It never showed up again, I swear. If you cut off the tail, I was a hammer player. I was like, I just want to go bonk to the monster's head. But I switched to greatsword so I could cut her damn tail off. Because if you cut her tail off and carved it, you had like a 1% chance of carving this material from her tail. Now, I think the very first time I did this quest, I actually got the material I needed. I think it was a Wrath plate, a Wrathian plate. And the first time I did it, like, I was like, oh, I don't need the plate. I already have this armor set, and I'm going to do an armor set later on down the road. I don't need it. But then, sure enough, I needed it for some armor set down the road. So the first time I did this, I'm pretty sure I got a plate, and then I just sold it. I just got rid of it. I was like, yeah, I'll get in-game currency for it so I can buy more potions. That's fine. And then I actually needed it for whatever build I was going for. And I fought this thing, I swear, 100 times before it showed up again. And when it finally showed up, like, seriously, both of my parents were in the basement watching me play. And when it finally dropped and I was like, yes, I got it, like, they were cheering. And it's not very often, like, it's not very often my mom cheers when I do something in a game, right? It's like, Mom, get the camera! Mom, right, that meme, Mom, get the camera! Because he went like 30-0 or whatever. I don't even remember what the meme is, but the get the camera joke, right? Like, that never happened. Oh, geez. Oh, I was like, you missed. Oh, you did miss. Oh, that sucks. That's the worst. We love Monster Hunter, folks. But, like, even my dad was like, is that the item you wanted? All right. Like, he was down there on the we had cuddle bags. We had I think they were cuddle bag branded. They weren't love sack, they were cuddle bags. Oh, let's see, what did they get? Oh, a scale. So I needed a plate. That was what I needed. So let's see, let's get to the quest rewards and see if they get it. And it's not that I did this monster 100 times and couldn't beat it. No, I beat it every single freaking time. I think that was a wing, is that what it said? I beat it every time. I just never got the damn plate. I think I got the plate on the very first time, because I think a lot of times, whatever you got, it was kind of juiced. Oh, whoops, I paused it because I thought, what did it say that was? That was a shell. What was the other one? My goodness. Oh, apparently the frame-by-frame thing doesn't work on this. Webbing. Gosh dang it. I gotta really watch here. I want to know what it was. I think the plate has like a scale icon. Oh, shell, webbing, a berry, a scale. So not the plate, a claw, and then like a spike. I think I got the plate the very first time I did that quest, and then like never again until like I beat the thing 100 times and then finally got it. But I seriously, I put like 11 or 1200 hours into this whole game, playing single player, playing multiplayer, just on the Wii. I spent so much time playing this game. And like, I got one of my buddies into it, because like a few of my buddies were like, this game's weird, because it was kind of Japanese. And you got to remember, I'm old enough that like anime wasn't popular amongst teenagers at that time. Shortly after that, it became super popular, right? But at that time, anime was like, if you liked anime, you were kind of weird. The most like anime thing that people liked was like Pokemon or Dragon Ball Z. They weren't having gay sex with the bear and the eagle. That's a joke. They weren't watching Attack on Titan, right? I just got banned for that. No, I'm kidding. And I remember like one of my buddies was like, this is a little weird. It's a little Japanese for me. But like we played it and he was like, okay, this is pretty cool. And I got a few of my buddies into this game and into the later Monster Hunters on like the Wii U and stuff. Man, it's so good. This is an easy 4-star for me. Easy peasy. So good. Love it. Okay, is there anything? Nope, so that's all the Wii games. Wow, the Wii games took almost 3 hours to rank. We're going to be here a while, folks. All right, I think I got to take a little break, but we're going to do the N64 next. So let me go ahead and put the music back on while I step away for a second. I got to get another drink and check on Indy. Okay, I did that so that that wouldn't happen, and then that ended up happening anyways. So let's just skip to this. And where the hell? Okay, there we go. And we'll put the BRB text on. Yeah, here's a banger of a song from a great game. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna have headphone hair because I think my hair was still wet from showering just before. Okay, I'll be right back. What is this one? Oh yeah. Oh wow, you probably heard some real good video game music there, huh? Okay, so remember that. Ooh, the next time I take a break is gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. How, maybe I can like, can I split screen this with, whoa. With like this? That doesn't really work. Oh well, it's just gonna do the thing. Okay. We have 3 more categories remaining. 2 more platforms, if that's how you want to think about it. 3 categories, 2 platforms. I was anticipating taking a break in between. Like I was going to do Wii and then N64 and then take a break, but that took forever. And this is even more games. Okay. So let's see. Zrovom said he was going to return. Maybe I'll try and save that particular game for when he returns. Here, okay, I have a little bit of a funny story with Mario Tennis. Oh. Mario Tennis is absolutely Kino, man. Now, I know that they've done more Mario Tennis games in the years since. I don't think any of them were as good and actually, like, took the tennis part seriously as this one. Like, this one's actually really good. And you could, like, shape the direction the ball was going, so after you hit it, you could, like, move the joystick and the ball would, like, curve a tiny little bit. All right, so the story with this one, again, did we all play it when I was younger? Yes, me, my sister, my brother, my mom, cousins, neighbors, friends of friends. Actually, you know what? I have a couple of funny stories. One of them has to do with a guy that we all called Bob, even though his name was Matt. And so Matt Bob. We'll just call him Matt Bob. We were playing doubles, and it was me and Bob against, like, my brother and someone else, right? We were playing doubles, and I guess Bob forgot that his character was the one that was supposed to... Thank you. Screen still says BRB. Thanks, dog. I guess Bob forgot that his character was the guy that was supposed to return the serve. So my brother serves, and the ball just sails right past Bob. And I was like, oh yeah, just let the ball go by you every time, Bob. And he went, okay. And literally the rest of the match, he didn't hit a single ball. He moved to the ball and then never pressed the button to hit the ball. And I still think about that and laugh about that. If I ever see Matt Bob, I always am like, dude, do you remember playing Mario Tennis and doing that? That was so funny. It pissed me off, but it was funny. The other story I have with this is, like, basically the whole point of these Mario sports games is, yes, like, play the different tournaments. It gets progressively harder. but then you get to play against more and more like Mario characters and extended Mario characters. And then if you defeat those extended Mario characters, you unlock them and you can play as them. Sometimes they have interesting things that they can do, like maybe Yoshi shapes the ball more than anybody else. I don't remember. But they had like Donkey Kong, but then they also had like classic Donkey Kong. They had like Donkey Kong Jr., who's like the classic Donkey Kong design in this game. Anyways, I remember like you could have different profiles in the game, I'm pretty sure. And my brother got like way into trying to unlock every player and trying to get better at Mario Tennis. And somehow I went in one day and I deleted his profile off of the cartridge. And so the next time he turned it on, all of his stuff was gone and all the characters that he unlocked were gone. And basically he was like, well, that sucks. And kind of just put the controller down and turned the Nintendo 64 off and walked away. And like, to be honest, I don't think after that moment I ever saw my brother play a video game in any meaningful capacity ever again. Mario Tennis was kind of the last game that he got into, and I accidentally deleted his progress off of the cartridge. And once he realized it was gone, he just calmly put the controller down and walked away. And that's the last he really ever played games. But for those few months or a couple of years that like we all were super into this, it was a lot of fun. Friends and family playing this. Good stuff, man. I'll give it 1 star. I could play it again, for sure. For sure. All right, since Zrovam so kindly reminded me that the BRB text was still on, I saved this for you. I was going to start with this one, but we'll go to Banjo-Kazooie, because I think you know... I think you know where this story's going. Did I play this one back in the day when it was new, when it was fresh? No. That's terrible, Colton. What, that I deleted my brother's progress? I didn't mean to, that's the thing. I'm trying to remember how it happened. It was like a sub menu, and like I thought I like pressed the B button to back out, but apparently I pressed the button to delete everything. I felt terrible. So again, you have to remember that like when the N64 was out, it was like the family console. So all the games we played were like multiplayer games and sports games. And just before the GameCube came out was when I was still playing a lot of games, but nobody else was really... I mean, my friends and some of the people closer to my age were playing games, but my brother and sister and their friends weren't really playing as much. So it was definitely a shift, and so I started playing more single-player games at that point, like Zelda and Mario. But I never really played Banjo-Kazooie until years later when I was like, man, I wish I had the Monster Ultra to crack it open and go, man, they just don't make games like they used to. Sip, oh yeah, Quake, that was a great game, right? I went through one of those stages, I think everybody does, where it's like, man, they just don't make collectathons anymore. They don't make games like they used to, right? And so I went back and I was playing Donkey Kong 64. I was playing Zelda. In fact, during like stay-at-home lockdowns for COVID, like me and another one of my buddies would get on like Discord and Parsec, and we would like hot chair or hot seat Ocarina of Time. And we swapped controls via Parsec, via Discord. We like swapped who was playing and talked with each other and stuff, and beat Ocarina of Time like remotely. It was cool. And so a similar thing with this one, I was like, oh yeah, I never played Banjo, but I know it's like Donkey Kong 64. I love Donkey Kong 64. Spoiler alert. Let's give it a try. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm into it. I'm liking it enough. How can you not like the music? How can you not like the setting, right? You better give this 5 stars, LOL. There's not even... Well, actually, you're... Okay, I'll give it 5 stars. You are correct. So then there's like, yeah, Mumbo's Mountain. Whee! Okay, so when it comes to platformers, especially 3D platformers, I am notoriously bad at like depth perception and knowing if I'm actually gonna like make a jump onto a platform. And then when you combine it with the fact that I was playing this game 20 years after it came out, with a Nintendo 64 controller, and fighting the camera, and fighting the joystick, and Zrovom trying to coach me along the way, and literally I can recall one moment where I died, like probably in Mumbo's Mountain. And he was like, well, that's not too bad. You only have to get that one last, like, jigsaw piece and Jinxie or whatever, and then you're done. And I'm like, dude, I just died. And he's like, well, what does that mean? I was like, when you die, maybe you did know this, but this is how I remember it. Because I was like, when you die, it resets your progress in that level. Maybe not the jiggies, the jigsaw puzzle pieces, but everything else you have to do again. And I remember you were like, oh, maybe you should just play the Xbox version. The Xbox version doesn't do that. And I was like, no, I want to play the N64 version. So there are some quality of life differences, I'm pretty sure. Did I enjoy Mumbo's Mountain? Yeah, for the most part. Did I enjoy Treasure Trove Cove? I guess, but I'm also a sucker for pirates. I also remember being like, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Multiple times on this one. And just not understanding anything. All right, let's get to it. The real moment where I nearly dropped the game at this point. Freaking trying to fly around. This, dude, I wanted to break my controller in half. This was the absolute worst. Or so I thought. Because then you're sliding around, because it's a winter level. So not only are you fighting the camera, and trying to figure out if you're actually going to land on the platforms you think you're going to land on, but you're sliding around, because it's icy. I do remember, okay, this one was fun. I liked this one a lot for some reason. Gobi's Valley. For some reason, this one connected. And I was like, yeah, okay, this is fun. I could do this more often. Mad Monster Mansion was okay. It got really difficult at certain moments, but I must have gotten through... Oh boy, I even remember, what was it? Was it this one? Not Click Clock Wood. I remember... What's like the swamp one? Bubble Gloop Swamp, I remember doing okay with that one. But the one that really soured everything for me was Rusty Bucket Bay, and I have never returned to this game since losing my shit against Rusty Bucket Bay. And the part that did it... Very specifically, the part that did it is the stupid platforming inside the ship. With these GD propellers. I couldn't do it. I couldn't get the timing right. And if I got the timing right, I couldn't land on the platform because I couldn't see where my shadow was. And I couldn't... Oh, I hated it so much. And after getting like almost done with the area and collecting most of the stuff that I needed, I would die and then have to do it all over again. And I put the controller down and I never came back to it. And so one of my good friends in chat is like, he reminds me of this all the time and says, "Are you ever gonna come back to it?" And I go, "No, probably not." Although I did say, "Hey, I'll watch you finally beat it so I can see what the ending of the game is like." And it's like a freaking quiz show. You have to do some stupid quiz. And they're not even like, okay, some of them are like, how many eggs can you collect at the top of the crow's nest, right? I don't know. And then some of them are like, what's Grunty's, I don't know, what happened during her prom date? And it's like, you only know that if you ask the other witch, the sweet old lady witch. And you have to find her everywhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm making it up as I go along, but like even watching my buddy play this and watching him struggle to do it on the Xbox version, I was like, dude, you expect me to be able to get past Rusty Bucket Bay and then do Click Clock Woods, which is according to this person who kind of knows what they're doing, in a 5-hour playthrough, took them the longest. It took them 4 hours to... That can't be true. It took him a half hour. Anyways, you look at the length of the other ones. Click Clock Woods is the longest one. You expect me to get through Click Clock Woods after Rusty Bucket Bay and be able to do the stupid trivia thing, and I'm watching you do it and you can't do it? Come on now, playa. So, okay, so you said you better give it 5 stars. Okay, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 stars. Here it is. We're gonna give it the old 5-star elimination. I'm sorry. I skipped to the boss fight. Which boss fight? The end of the game? Is there like a grunty boss fight? Is it this? The only redeeming quality that this game has, in my opinion, is the number of times I saw the game over screen. I at least got to see hot Gruntilda after she turns herself into a smoking hot babe at the end of the game over screen. So instead of being a frumpy witch, she turns into like a smoking hot Stacy. All right, I think that's quite enough of that. It's fun. Like I said, it's you know, I like Donkey Kong 64. I like Grant Kirkhope music. I like how Rare makes games. I'm having fun playing Conker's Bad Fur Day. I just lost my shit against Rusty Bucket Bay for some reason. I was so frustrated. It was so stupid because it should have been like the simplest thing for me to do. All right, Kobe Bryant in NBA courtside. Pretty much this is on here because, yes, I played a lot of sports games with my brother. I thought they were a lot of fun. But the real reason why this is on here... Well, okay, there's a couple of reasons. There really is. I remember you could like go into the pause menu and go into like replay mode and like have a free camera. And I used to like zoom in on the players' faces and be like, no way, it looks just like Kobe Bryant. No way, it looks just like John Stockton. It looks just like Karl Malone. And basically it was they took the roster picture of the dude's face and like cut out the face, cut off the nose to spider face, right? And just like pasted it on. I mean, it's super low res because of the compression and the N64, but like they basically just took the player's like official headshot and just pasted it onto the polygons.
The National Basketball Association requests that you refrain from throwing any objects at participants or onto the court. Such behavior can cause serious injury and
violators will be ejected and subject to arrest. We also remind you the freaking main menu music, dude. For some reason, and like, sorry, it's probably really loud now. Like, you'd go to a basketball game and you would hear that like over the thing. They'd say, in the spirit of good sportsmanship, the National Basketball Association requests that you refrain from throwing any objects at participants or onto the court. right? Like, so every time I'd go to a Jazz game and I'd hear that at some point during like a timeout or during a break, and they'd like remind the fans, hey, make sure you're not throwing stuff, make sure you're not being a complete nuisance or saying bad things around and ruining the experience for the people around you. I would immediately start thinking of the main menu music. The National Basketball Association requests that you refrain from throwing objects at participants or onto the court. Such behavior can cause serious injury, right? I still think about that song, and I still think about the little guitar riff in it. The and like, this was the song I listened to. This is gonna sound funny, but this is the song I listened to when Kobe Bryant like passed away, when he died in the I think it was a helicopter crash, right? Like I loaded up Kobe Bryant NBA Courtside and listened to that song and like played some of the game. Now, wow, that looks like absolute dookie. That's not what the game looked like. It's got to be somebody's emulating it. That looks like trash. But I remember like when you made a really bad play, the crowd would go like, oh, come on, look at that. Oh no, look at that.
Final score is Washington 26.
Dude, this game was so funny. And like you could have the players like run into the base of the hoop, and like when they'd hit it, they'd go ooh, and then like fall over backwards. Like this game had so many little funny things in it too. Oh my gosh. How could I forget that like Detlef Schrempf was playing at the time? So like again, my brother and I will to this day say like Detlef Schrempf just like that because of the announcer guy. One of my YouTube shorts that actually has a decent amount of views, I called it something like Brain Blast, the way my brain works, and I was playing the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, and I collected an Elven Longsword from an enemy. And I went, Elven Longsword. And then I went, Eldon Campbell with the assist. That's because of this game.
Dennis Rodman.
And they're running back down the court, like, trying to get the crowd into it. I used to do stuff like that, like when I played basketball. I'd go down the court waving my arms around. I went down the court raising the roof because of Booker T, a pro wrestler. There you go, outside triangle offense. Come on, let's hear him say so-and-so with the assist. We got to hear it.
Scottie Pippen.
Number 98 with the assist.
Okay, it was a no-named guy. But just remember, or just think of like Eldon Campbell with the assist. Or like Karl Malone. John Stockton with the assist. Like, stuff like that just lives rent-free in my brain. Again, I think compared to like, I already put NBA Street Volume 3 moving on. Man, I can't. I'll give it 1 star. I can't eliminate it. The main menu song is too good. It's too good, man. I know that's so silly, but it's so good. Okay, how about Rugrats Scavenger Hunt? And my mother actually reminded me of a really funny Rugrats related story. Because this isn't the only Rugrats game on this list. And she was like, why didn't you tell this story? And I was like, oh, don't worry. There's another Rugrats game. But honestly, like, I completely forgot. So this is... like, this is basically Mario Party. Kind of. It's a tabletop board game. But with Rugrats.
It's not a boring game. It's called a board game because you play it on a board.
Huh? Where was I? Oh, yes. It looks like you have to decide a few things before you can play.
So you play like board game style games and mini games. But like, it's actually really creepy. Like the lighting is like really dark.
I got one of Angelica's pieces now. Here I come.
And like when you fail or play poorly, the music gets like kind of intense. So I remember like I turned it up a ways.
Piece for the babies.
Yeah, like that's scary, man. Not to mention all of them.
Brenda or Emily, you better pay better attention to your cookies.
Not to mention all the models are like kind of firmly in the uncanny valley. It doesn't really look like the cartoon characters. They're like really creepy, almost approximations of the cartoon characters. And then it's like really dark, and then when it's the adults' turn to go, like the music's really spooky sounding. I don't know, when I was playing this in the N64 days, I was like, man, this stuff is creepy. And it was fun, don't get me wrong. But they had like... I turned it way down, sorry. Like, listen to that! Even the underwater one is like... Well, okay. Silly music!
Time to rise and shine!
Oh my gosh. Come on, let's get back to a part where we're hearing the creepy underwater music.
Baby in the sea.
Do you have Scooby-Doo on your list? No! I've never played that one. Okay, listen to the creepy music. Of course, Indy. Hey.
Hi, Susie. Thanks for your help. Here's some treasure. I found real treasure of the deep. Sleepy.
Like, that's creepy stuff, man. Oh yeah, there was a dessert world where you like played as Reptar versions of the babies. But like, look, there's like horror game lighting. I don't know, for some reason I liked this game, but I also couldn't play it by myself as a kid. And again, that's probably aging me, dating me, but Rugrats was like scary, man. That's why I think I said with the other Rugrats game, I was like, I wouldn't let my kids watch Rugrats. Now, like, it's spooky stuff, man. There's something not right about Rugrats. I turned out okay, but there's something not right about Rugrats, that's for sure. We're eliminating that one. Oh, I didn't even tell the other story. The Rugrats movie, the first Rugrats movie, the whole family went to go see it. It was, I don't know, it must have been, I guess I could look up when that came out, but it must have been semi-cold season. I don't know if it was like middle of winter, but it was cold enough outside that like I wore my jacket. I wore my big poofy winter jacket. And then we got to the movie and we sat down and we probably had like popcorn and drinks and stuff, you know, as a family. And I can recall, again, like this is all kind of a blur and you'll understand why this is a blur. A, like, yes, I am kind of aging myself here, but B, like it's even more of a blur. I wasn't that young, but I was young. And it's even more of a blur because of what happened. I'm wearing my jacket and I sit down and I recall like my dad was the one that was always like, oh, you should wear your jacket so you don't like catch a cold, right? Like you should bundle up. Ooh, make sure you're warm, stay warm, right? And then I can recall like getting into the seat and sitting down and like the movie's about to start. And I remember like looking over at my dad and he's like, you can take your jacket off now. And I was like, no, I want to keep it on. And even my mom was like, you can take it off. Are you going to get too hot? You don't want to get overheated. And I was like, no, I'll keep it on. I'm fine. And maybe I was already feeling a little oogie, a little sick, but like literally, I don't even know how long into the movie it was, if the movie had really even started. And I seem to recall it was one hat, maybe it wasn't another hat, but whatever hat I was wearing, I swear it was my Darth Maul hat, but maybe it wasn't. Whatever hat I was wearing, I took off my hat and threw up into the hat. And basically all I remember was like my mom being like, oh shit, grabbing the hat and like pushing it basically into my face so that if I kept throwing up, it was at least covered. And we were like, I seem to recall we were basically like in the middle of the row, and whatever direction we picked to go, like, you've never seen people try and get out of our way faster than this. Like, people were scrambling to not get thrown up on. And so my mom like ran me to whatever bathroom, and it was all because I didn't take my coat off and I got overheated and was probably already a little oogie, like it was, you know, flu season, and I was probably feverish already. But I'm like, growing up and even now, I am known for, if I get overheated, I will throw up. So if I'm ever sick, I am laying on the cold tile on the cold bathroom floor trying to feel better, because if I get too hot, I get sick to my stomach. So there's the other funny Rugrats story. There you go, Mom. Since you were like, you didn't tell the story of throwing up at the Rugrats movie? No. Because that whole day is a blur, other than the fact that I literally took the hat off, like, as I was like, there you go. That's gross. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. All right, here's a good one. I did rank that one, right? I eliminated it. Here's a good one. More golf video games, but this one is so good. T&E Soft. Dude, when I found this video and this video started with that, I like soy jacked. I pog champed. I was like, I haven't heard that in 20 plus years. Okay, when I was younger, I used to practice golf in the backyard with a wiffle ball, like a golf ball sized wiffle ball. I used to think that was a wiffle ball, like in the air, like close to the camera. That's why it's as big as like a softball. In the air, closer to the camera, like going towards the pin. And I was like, oh wow, the golfers actually like played with wiffle balls? No, it's a thing probably so that you could. Did they have those back then? Probably, to like zap it to get the distance. I threw up all over my crush's desk in 2nd grade. She never liked me afterwards. Luckily, I never did that in school. Not that we have to go off on that whole tangent. There was one day I was damn close. I definitely had the flu or a stomach flu, and I was out of it. I was kind of not a troublemaker, but I was loud and goofy in school. And there was one day where like teachers, classmates were all like, you're not normal today. You're not noisy and loud and goofy like you normally are. Are you okay? And I was like, I just don't feel very good, but I think I'm okay. And I got through the whole day of school before I got home and was so sick. But I got home. Luckily, I never did anything like that at school, but tons of times it happened around me at school. Yeah, it's the worst, man. Okay, back to Wailea Country Club. I don't even know how we found out about this game. I swear it was like, was it like a, what did they call them? Not missionaries, but like the person from like your local ward or stake that's like supposed to do the outreach. What are they called? And it was before we moved to the house that I really grew up in. It was the house that, I'm sorry, hearing that bring and then the music. Like it was somebody, it was some guy, the way I remember it was some guy around my parents' age and like his kid. And his kid was maybe closer to my brother's age than me. But I seem to remember he had like his hair was spiky and he had like a black leather jacket, but then like a white button up and then like slacks. So that's why I was like, who are these people? But the kid had like, and maybe I'm up in the night, maybe I dreamt this, but the kid had a copy of Wailea Country Club for the N64, and we like played it, and I liked it so much that like we found it somewhere at a game store and bought it, and then I had it, and like literally it's the funniest golf game in the world. It's literally only got Wailea Country Club. It's only got 18 holes of golf at the Wailea Country Club. There's nothing else to it. I think there's a little bit of commentary, if I remember it. It's got some of the craziest music, like this one. And that main menu music. But it's, yes, it's got like actual...
Hawaii's
Oh, they said Wailea. I said Wailea.
We kick off the Wailea Open from the Wailea Country Club.
Wailea. Sorry, I am totally mispronounced it.
Welcome to Wailea.
My whole family pronounced it Wailea. Oh wow, that's loud. I'll turn it down. We were bopping to the music. It's got like
Kept it on the fairway.
like real life sprites of golfers,
Long ways out.
which is very arcade for that time. A lot of arcade games had that.
It's in a bunker.
It's in a bunker.
That ball has a bad lie in the bunker.
And I remember, like, if you hit the ball out of bounds, it did this really funny, like out of bounds jingle. And obviously I heard that a lot because I'm not good at golf, nor am I good at golf video games. But literally hearing like the T&E soft and then the main menu music and oh yeah, look at that flop shot. Oh, that went way too long.
It's comfortably on the green. It's a long birdie putt.
Wow. Wow. Some of these sounds, dude. Oh, he made it.
It's a birdie. He sank a nice long putt.
Nice birdie. Dude, this shit means something to me, man. This stuff is Keno. Oh, dude, have the score music on more. That dude. I can't eliminate this one, man. It's too good. And the freaking fly-throughs with that music. The crowd art, the sprites of the golfers. When you really messed up a shot. When you hit a good shot and it had a chance of going in the hole and it did like the 3D render of it all. Like, dude, this stuff was so good.
It's in the fairway.
I'm gonna have to have like a golf week or something where I just play old golf games on stream. Hey, just on the green.
He has a long putt. It's a long birdie putt.
Dude, let's skip to the end and see.
The pin is still a long ways out.
An eagle? We gotta see it.
He made the eagle putt. That's impressive.
I'm not sure I ever got an eagle in this game. Suggestion. Something about audio? I hope the audio is still coming through. Dude, have the music for longer. Come on. Yeah, that just did it for me, man. Oh my gosh. I haven't seen some of this stuff in very nearly 30 years. Very nearly. That's so good. I can't eliminate it. I gotta give it a chance. That's awesome. Look, they even they knew what they're doing. They have a guy in red and black. He looks like Tiger Woods on the cover. And he's not Tiger Woods, but like, man, that's so good. So good. What is this thing trying to tell me? The audio, well, of course there's not much audio. Quit giving me a warning about the audio. Hopefully everything's coming through. All right, how about Wave Race 64? This is another one that's like... Do 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 do. This was another one of those games that, like, when it was current, I was like, we're never getting better than this. Look at the water. Look at the dolphin. Look at the little islands, the trees, the splashes. When you like steer, when you do things, the arms are like actually moving. I was like, we're never getting better than this. And now look at it, it's like, geez. Look, it even has Kawasaki and jet ski. How did they afford that? This one has some really good music. Again, this was more of a my siblings and I played it video game. But like, look, the water has reflections on the N64. How did they do that? Lost technology. Oh, heck yeah, dude. So I really can't tell you any more about this one other than, like, I remember playing it. I remember my brother and sister playing it, my mother playing it. I remember the music a lot.
You finished first and got 7 points. Great race. Move on to the next round.
I remember some of these things.
You're the champion. Congratulations.
Yeah, really good stuff. Probably a little simple. And while it is technically a racing game, there are, like, compared to other racing games, even on the N64, I would rank them higher than this one. This one's literally on here because of the opening cutscene. That song, and like the water ripples and the waves, I was like, dude, that looks so real. I'm watching like a real jet ski race. And that might be silly to think that. But like, I was like, dude, games are getting good, man. But I gotta eliminate it. Okay, I think I gotta save some of the wrestling games for a little later. So speaking of racing games, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Again, I remember getting this, I think for my birthday. And I want to say it was one of the birthdays because Applebee's used to do like all-you-could-eat riblets. Literally like the exact same couple of weeks like before or during my birthday. So we would always go to Applebee's and do the bottomless like all-you-could-eat riblets because that's what I wanted to do. And I swear one year, one of the gifts I got was this on the N64. And I like couldn't wait to get home and play it. And again, I was like, man, this is like straight out of the movie. How are they doing this? And like if you crashed into rocks, like the rocks would break. If you really crashed, Anakin's pod would like blow up. I was really trying to find some gameplay of this that had, there's not much voice work in the game. There's like the characters and they'll scream and they'll go, oh no, and they'll go, Utini, or whatever, right? That was terrible. I can't hit that note right now, but they'd go, what's the other one that they do? Sebulba calls somebody a bad name, and it's kind of a funny name. It's like a Huttese insult. I can't think of what it is. But like Anakin would go like, oh no, like when he would crash, or he'd go, right? He'd like scream. He'd go, yeah, I won. But there wasn't really ever like, oh, and it looks like little young Skywalker is in the lead, right? You never heard that. But occasionally, if you like really outdid yourself, so you kind of hear that. When you completed a lap, if you really outdid yourself and you set a new lap record, a voice would come in and would go, "It's a new lap record." And I will think of that if I ever hear somebody say, "Oh, that set a new record." It's that sets a new box office record. Oh, so-and-so set a new record for the most amount of points scored in a quarter in a basketball game, right? Like, if I ever hear the term, oh, somebody set a new record, my brain goes, it's a new lap record. Basically because of this game, right? And I thought it was really cool that not only did it have pod racing on, like, Tatooine. Oh, they skipped over it. Watto does the Cantina song. And that's another one that lives in my brain rent-free. Watto going... It's on my music playlist. I'm sure we'll hear it eventually. But it has like other places. Dude, and some of them get so crazy difficult. Like, I remember this one being crazy difficult because of the big, like, low gravity. See? Some of the crazy, like, low gravity parts on this one. I'm just now realizing that that's probably why that particular blaster noise from the Phantom Menace is like one of my favorite noises of all of Star Wars, is because it's the countdown noise. Oh, Sleemo. I think Sleemo was the name I was trying to think of. The Huttese insult. Sleemo. But like, this was obviously, okay, so it was an arcade game. And if you were like at the arcades and you had like a premium arcade, you actually had like Anakin's pod that you were sitting in. So it had like the blue and white stripes and then the screen in front of you. That was so cool. And then, so it was an arcade game. I think they put it out on PC, and then they had the Nintendo 64 version. And then years later, they did the Racer Revenge for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360, I think. And I didn't play that one much. I really played a lot of this one. And I just remember, like, some of the later races got so challenging. Super thin corridors. Little, like, dividers that randomly show up, so you might crash into them. Or, like, corridors that rotate, so you have to really aim for them. But then this one had, like, the little zero gravity parts where you had to, like, avoid the rocks and debris. And then you had to avoid, like, the little coupler that makes Jar Jar's tongue go numb, except it would make your pod explode. Dude, this game was so good, and it was super difficult, I remember. I think it's a 1-star, man. Oh, there you go. We get to see a... There you go. Alright, it's a 1-star for sure. How about Shadow Man? So the reason Shadow Man is on here... Dude, I couldn't find any flipping gameplay of this game for the N64. I could find PC, I could find Dreamcast, I could not find N64. So this is the intro. And apparently it's like garbage because it looks like absolute dookie. But the reason this is on here is kind of a family friend. I mean, he was closer in age to my sister and my brother, but I would say a family friend. He was the younger brother, I believe the younger brother of a guy that played for the Utah Jazz. And so while they were living here, he got traded. I think he went to like the Memphis Grizzlies or the Minnesota Timberwolves, one of those two teams. But he was playing for the Jazz, and at that time, like somehow my brother and my sister knew him, and like we'd like hang out with his brother a lot. His brother was such a funny guy, such a gamer, such a goofball. I can't even hear the game. I have it turned up all the way in OBS. I don't know if you guys can hear it. It looks like it's not even getting past like upper green, which whenever I talk, I'm in like bottom red. So it's pretty quiet. Anyways, hang on one sec. Yummy. Again, like I think it was like my birthday or something, and because I also played video games and he played video games, he was like, here, I got you some games for the Nintendo 64. And I was like, cool. And he was like, here, it's Turok and Shadow Man, and I swear there was one more game, and they were all like rated M. They were all like, and he's like, here, play some real games, right? And what was funny was like he handed me, I can't remember, it was Turok and something else and Shadow Man. I can't remember what that other one was. Oh, it was Perfect Dark. It was Turok, Perfect Dark, and Shadow Man. So he handed me Shadow Man and then looked at it, like in my hands. He like looked at it and he went, actually, on second thought, Shadow Man's mine. And he grabbed it back. So that's like the whole reason this is on here, is because that goofball guy gave me a bunch of M-rated games when I was still not like crazy young. Like I think the GameCube was the GameCube was the current system. It was probably like 2005 when this happened. And anyways, so I was trying to find some actual like gameplay, and all I could find was the opening because it's in game. It's not like a pre-rendered cutscene. Oh, there we go. Here's a little bit of gameplay. Yikes. So the whole reason this one's on here is because I thought that was funny. I was like, what the heck, Shadow Man? And then he just grabbed it out of my hands, and I never played it. Now, that being said, I'm pretty sure it had like a re-release and a remaster not too long ago. And I was like, holy crap, that's that game. And it like unlocked that memory of like, because I remember getting Turok, and I played a bit of Turok, and I remember getting Perfect Dark, and I played a lot of Perfect Dark. And then being like, oh, Shadow Man, that looks interesting. And then him being like, oh, just kidding, that one's mine. And he like grabbed it back. I just always thought that was funny. Like, here's your birthday present. I open it up. It's 3 video games, just N64 cartridges, just like in tissue paper, right? And he goes, oh, wait, on second thought, that one's mine. Really funny. I'm going to eliminate it, though. Which then leads me to Turok, Dinosaur Hunter, because that was one of the other games. This one I got to keep. And I remember like walking around and like shooting people and seeing that amount of like thick blood on a Nintendo 64 game. I was like, wow, that is graphic. Now, I'm not saying it's the first time I saw blood in a video game. No. I'm just saying that amount of like, it looks like blobby and like fluidy. It looks crazy to me. So again, some of that was like, wow, the N64 was capable of like fluid simulations? No. But the way they did that, it looks quite believable, right? So I just remember that being quite like brutal and like kind of realistic. I remember this game was very difficult too. But I also really like the music and some of the sound effects. And like every now and then I remember Turok Dinosaur Hunter, and I'm like, that's kind of the open up the white monster energy, right? And go, that was a great game. They just don't make them like they used to. That's like Turok. Would I go back and like play it? Probably not. But like, it does look fun. And it was fun to play it. And I remember occasionally, yeah, you'd get like that one guy right there was like holding his like head and neck as he was dying, right? So occasionally you'd get extra like brutal animations when the guys were dying. And again, I was like, wow, I didn't think the N64 was like capable of that. Because again, the only shooter that I really played on the N64 was GoldenEye. And like when people died, they just kind of like fell over. Sometimes they fell to their knees and then fell over. But not quite like this. I also remember like, yes, there was jungle stuff and there were like dinosaurs, but then there were like weird like Killer Croc type creatures. And then there was like weird like futuristic stuff. And I was like, man, it was cooler when it was like the jungle with dinosaurs and not like futuristic stuff. But I mean, it's fun. It's cool. I do like this game. I'd maybe think about returning to like some of the other Turok games, but I think what I just complained about became like a central focus of like the later Turok games. I think they should come back to Turok and make a new one. That would be cool. But I think I eliminate it. But keeping with that story that it was a gift from the brother of an NBA player, we'll go with Perfect Dark. Now, I played a lot of GoldenEye. When I got Perfect Dark, I was like, no way. This is just GoldenEye, but even better. And we have to hear some of the music, man. Some of the music on this one, that's loud. I'll turn it down. I said I played a lot of GoldenEye and a lot of Perfect Dark once I like got this, and I was like, whoa, there's like basically a game that's just more GoldenEye but better. And like it has some of the Oh, darn, it stopped, but that's okay. So again, like, you wouldn't think, but I'm like 99% sure that the same guy that did like bum 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 bum, right, on Banjo-Kazooie is the same guy that did the music for this. I'm pretty sure it's all Grant Kirkhope that did the GoldenEye soundtrack, Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark. Like, he's the guy that did the music for Rare back in the day. Maybe it wasn't just him, but like, he did a lot of it. And part of the reason why the old Rare games are such bangers is because of the freaking music.
How will I recognize him?
We don't have an image record, and we can't.
This game has some crazy frame rate issues, though. But they are pushing the N64 to its absolute limit.
I'm logging on now.
And speaking of like crazy death animations, like I remember sometimes when you shoot guards in this, they like sound like they're choking on like their own blood as they're dying. Like, it's brutal. Because I was always like, wait, why is this one rated M, but not GoldenEye? And then like sometimes you have some really brutal sounds, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, there is some blood too. Which I'm pretty sure GoldenEye, that was why GoldenEye had paintball mode, was to get rid of the blood. I'm trying to think, no, maybe the only other decal was like the bullet hole decal. And so paintball mode was their way around having blood decals because they just made it rainbow colors for paintball mode. Whereas this one was like, no, we're going all blood. Now again, I played a lot of this on the N64, but I will admit, graphically, it doesn't hold up. Frame rate wise, it doesn't hold up. Even with an expansion pack on the N64, it doesn't hold up. However, they made a much better version. It's the exact same game. It's just slightly better graphically and runs at a much better frame rate for the Xbox. And it's fantastic. It's so good. So, would I play this again? And would I play the Xbox One on stream? Yes, I would. It's so good, man. It's so much fun. I mean, it's basically just GoldenEye. So if you like GoldenEye, you're gonna like this game. That was too close. But see, the N64 just can't keep up, man. That's like running at 12 frames. That's... wow. I'll give it 2 stars. I'd love to return to it, maybe. Wow, I've got a lot of games on here. Battle Tanks. Dude, here's one. This is probably going to be freaking loud, so just hang on here.
3DO.
Oh. Okay, I have played other games, even on stream, that were made, developed, or published by 3DO, and every time that logo comes up, and I hear the voice go, 3DO, my brain fills in the Battle Tanks theme song afterwards. The little bum bum ba da 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 ga ga ba 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 da ga ga. And 3DO is who like put out the Might and Magic series of games. Okay, so a few more things that live rent-free in my brain about Battle Tanks. Multiplayer. There was a mode where you could get a nuke and then shoot the nuke out, and then it would do like a countdown timer while everybody tried to get far enough away from the nuke that it wouldn't kill them, which was damn near impossible. And it had like a female voice, and I think it was like the story of the game is like kind of a love story, believe it or not. But then like the war to end all wars breaks out. Yeah. And so like oh, dude, the music is so good. And so sometimes you were like rescuing like queens, but they were like, you were rescuing like females in like the multiplayer mode. So it was like Red Queen rescued, right? But it had like a female voice, and in my mind, the female voice was like the queen voice. But she'd always be like, nuke deployed, and then it would do like the little countdown timer, which was like a siren. It was like, and then it would just go, and like buildings would collapse. Like, this game was crazy, dude. And like, if you look at it, the graphics aren't even that good. But when you picked up like the special objects, the lady's voice was like, yeah, power up. And so if I'm ever like playing a game that has power-ups, or if I'm prototyping something in like Unity or Unreal, and or teaching a class, and I'm like, here's how you would make like a collectible power-up, my brain goes, power up, in that lady's voice. He does have a nuke. Come on, deploy the nuke. I want to hear, nuke deployed. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's see, where's the other, the one song, the like Ground Zero music was my favorite. Good luck hearing it. Ba-na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da. Heck yeah. Real nice. Let's skip towards the end here. Let's see how crazy it gets. Oh, that's right, the guided missiles. Dude, the guided missiles were so much fun on multiplayer. This was another one you could do like 4-player split screen. And like deploy nukes, shoot the guided missiles. Oh, man. A little prototype I made in grad school. I built a guided missile system like that, where you would shoot the missile and then you'd have to steer it in the air. And literally, I just was like, "Oh, it's the battle tank's missile," and nobody on the little prototype team like knew what I was talking about. But it acted just like that. You shot it out and you got to control it. It was great. Not that that's that difficult, but I just remember I made something like that, and in my brain, I called it the battle tank's guided missile. Dude, the music on this is like so heavy and so industrial. I'll give it a chance. It's a really archaic and pretty rough around the edges game. They made a sequel, Battle Tanks Global Assault, and I didn't play too much of that one, but I remember some of my friends. Okay, Indy for some reason is like running around like a madman. Silly boy. I hope that doesn't mean that it's on account of something. I don't know why he'd be doing it. I probably need to go feed him pretty soon, though. What's up, buddy? Battle Tanks Global Assault. A couple of my friends, like they had like a yearly tradition of playing through Battle Tanks Global Assault, and there was a couple of times I like watched them. I was like hanging out with them, and they were like, "Oh man, I'm getting the itch. Are you getting the itch?" And the other one would say, "Yeah," and they'd play Battle Tanks Global Assault, and I'd sit there and watch, and I didn't mind that I was just watching. And so I almost put Global Assault on the list just because of that, and then knew it was going to get eliminated. So this one I think moves forward just because it's a pretty good game, honestly, man. It is pretty good. Okay, I'm going to take another small break. I know it hasn't been that long, but I got to feed my dog. So I'll put the text up, and we'll go ahead to the to here. Oh, I like how it didn't do it that time. Oh yeah, dude, some Gauntlet music. Okay, I'm gonna feed Indy. I will be right back. We're gonna finish this today. I don't care how long it takes. We're gonna finish the ranking, not the head-to-head, but the ranking. I know you can probably barely hear me, but we're finishing this. I'll be back. was it? Wait, did it just play more? Hang on. Hang on here. Is it really that long? Oh, I guess that song's that long. Well, perfect. That song is that long. Hey, I won't forget the BRB text this time. Why don't we just do Gauntlet Legends then? That's what that was. Gauntlet Legends. Now, I already ranked Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and I don't remember what I ranked it. I didn't eliminate it. It's one of my favorite games. And I mentioned, while I did that, I mentioned that I, like, almost yearly get the itch to play Gauntlet. And I usually make the decision on which one I want to play based on like how much time and effort I want to put into playing it. And if I'm like, oh, I really want to play it, but I don't need to play like the whole thing, the whole experience, I play this one. Because there's only 4 realms. So 4 bosses plus the final realm and the final boss. So technically 5, I think. Arrogant mortals. Dude, come on, we gotta hear the... It's good stuff, man. Red Warrior needs food badly. I guess it's gonna start like any second now. So we'll just... Here, let me make sure my arrows are actually... Yeah. Scorn has sealed my gateways with his evil magic and trapped my powers inside of magical obelisks. I said it last time, you hear his voice a bit less in the N64 version. Understandably. It's the N64, there's less space on the cartridge. But the voice of Sumner is Plankton. It's the same voice actor as Plankton from SpongeBob. And if you look him up, he's really only done like Plankton and some SpongeBob characters and Sumner. Like that voice is Plankton. You are now entering the valley.
Destroy generators to stop enemies.
It's so good. It's one of those turn your brain off and play a comfy games for me, man. And you have like turbo attacks, and the turbo attacks are freaking awesome. Eventually the game does get pretty hard, but it's still just like, all you gotta do is just run around and press the A button. And I will admit, a goal of mine... Hi, Indy. I don't know why he's running around. And if you have a dog, you know that sometimes they run around in a state of euphoria for a reason. I don't think that's what he's done. I walked around and looked. I didn't see anything. He's just being real silly, but he had his dinner. He should be good. I have a goal. I've never had him say the full line of whatever right there. The full voice clip. It always cuts off for me. So that's crazy. It's a bit of a goal of mine to... At one point it was probably I wanted to do it on Gauntlet Legends. Then at one point it was probably Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Then at one point it was probably both. I have a goal of taking at least one version of each character, because you can do like Blue Valkyrie or Green Valkyrie or Red Valkyrie. Typically it's Red Warrior, Yellow Wizard, Blue Valkyrie, and Green Archer, I think is what it is. Green Scout. I can't remember what she's called, but Blue Valkyrie has gained a level. I basically want to take like Red Warrior, Yellow Wizard, Blue Valkyrie, Green Archer. I want to take them all the way to level 99, which is like the highest level. They become legends when they hit level 99. And I have a small goal of mine is to basically play the game with each character version and just grind until, because you can beat the game before they even get close to level 99, but if you just grind to level 99, they get super powerful and they actually like become a little bit taller and larger and stronger, and their armor changes slightly. Like, it's fun. I love that that's plankton though. It's so funny to me. Oh yeah, the little like golems. Oh yeah, the secret stages. The secret stages are almost always based on original Gauntlet levels, so that's why this is top-down. It's because the old Gauntlet arcade looked like this. I never play with the compass. I always turn the compass off. I don't know why this person hasn't turned the compass off. But if you collect enough coins, I don't think you have to collect all of them. Yeah. So they just unlocked the Minotaur character. So like each character has like a spirit animal version of their character. So the Warriors is the Minotaur. One of the stages you can actually unlock the ability to play as Sumner, the Wizard, which is a lot of fun. I was hoping to find like a boss battle. Yeah, the whole idea is you just got to get a whole bunch of experience, a whole bunch of kills, a whole bunch of gold, and hopefully find all the missing runestones to create the portal to defeat Garm and Scorn and keep them in the Underrealm or whatever. Castle Treasury. Okay, so let's go past the Castle Treasury and see if we can find the freaking boss. Yeah, here you go. So I think it's, in this game, I think it is the mountain area with the Valley of Fire. Okay, where does it start? Yes, that you find Rasha's Scimitar. So if you find the special items for each boss, you can significantly weaken the boss. The Chimera, I couldn't think of that. You are now entering the Chimera's Keep. So on Gauntlet Dark Legacy, there's actually a glitch where the sword will miss. So even though it does the whole animation, it will miss and it won't actually cut off the lion's head. This game's just so awesome, okay? I don't remember what I ranked Dark Legacy. The reason Dark Legacy is better is because when you like step on buttons, the switches to like open doors, the camera will actually like move to whatever thing it changed. So apparently something right there happened. See, so like you click on a button, right? You step on a button and you hear the door opening or the thing moving. And like that button, I don't know if you saw it, it was really quick. The button has an arrow, so it's pointing in a direction of what it changes, but the N64, I guess, couldn't handle changing the camera position on the fly or swapping cameras on the fly. So you just have to like guess, and sometimes you would get lost. So even though this game only has the 4 realms instead of all 8, it still takes almost as long just because I'm like, gosh, what does this switch do? How do I open this door? Oh gosh, oh, now I'm lost. Oh, I swear I stepped on the switch, but now I can't get back to the door that I think it opened, right? Whereas on Dark Legacy, when you step on a switch, the camera moves over to the thing that you changed, and then so you kind of get your bearings a little bit. Gosh, you've probably heard me say Phoenix Familiar on stream too. That's the Phoenix Familiar right there, which when you get it the first time, Plankton, Sumner's voice, says that. He goes, Phoenix Familiar. Yeah, so see, you step on the switch, and then this person just knows all the way over here, the rock lowered. Another piece of order restored. Bring it to my tower. Like, I remember these like wintry levels are so crazy. There's so many switches. They're so labyrinthian in how they're set up that it's like, dude, it could take all day to beat one of these levels. But it's a fun game, man. Real fun. Oh, yes, use the Thunder Hammer. That's really satisfying to use when there's tons of enemies on screen. Use it, use it. Because it kills everything on screen. It's so good, man. Nice, so you got to hear, I like food. Yeah, so see, it's yellow wizard, blue Valkyrie, red warrior, and then green scout, green archer. I can't remember what that one's called. It's something like that. I think I gave Dark Legacy 4. This one's so good. It's a 3-star, man. It is. It's gotta be. It's so good. It's the exact same game. It's just not the director's cut. And I already kind of said that Dark Legacy is like the director's cut because it's all of the missing content with the content from the old game. It's way good. All right, how about cruising? Let's do the cruising games. We're cruising now. So Cruis'n USA. Developed by Williams. So this is before Williams fully became Midway. Midway Games. Also, fun fact. Oh, cool. Fun fact about Cruis'n USA. Cruis'n USA! Yeah!
Choose your car.
Yeah! Whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Too good, man. Cruis'n USA was originally just an arcade game. Oh, they have them in the bikinis! That's nuts. I promise you on Cruis'n World they had to censor that. Cruis'n USA was an arcade game first. And on the arcade machine, in attract mode, so hang on, I'm gonna pause it because I'm getting speech jammed because the music is so good. In arcades, when you're not playing the arcade game and it's like showing you gameplay and it's showing you all the stuff, that's called attract mode. It's trying to attract you over to play it, right? Cruis'n USA's attract mode had a moment in it where it was actually advertising the fact that they were going to put Cruis'n USA on the Nintendo 64. But Cruis'n USA in the arcades predates when Nintendo called it the Nintendo 64. So on attract mode, it's actually called the Ultra 64. And it's like one of the coolest things. I wonder if I could find it really quick. Because it is kind of worth finding. Cruis'n USA arcade attract mode. I almost fell for it, but attract mode changed what game it was. Okay. It must be this. Yes. Yes. Okay, you won't be able to see it, but I'm going to turn it up. And I'm going to turn it up here so you guys can hear this. Because this is incredible. It has like one of the fattest guitar riffs I think I've ever heard in my life.
Coming to your home in 1995. Only on Nintendo Ultra 64.
Dude, what a fat guitar riff. Am I right? What the hell? But yeah, coming to your home in 1995. Only on Nintendo Ultra 64. Anyways, so this game kind of predates Midway becoming Midway. They were still called Williams. The Nintendo 64 was called the Ultra 64. Then it comes out. It's not okay. It's not Cruisin' World. It's not. It's not Cruisin' World. Is it still worth doing a Cruise the USA mode on stream? Hell yeah, it is. Does this game have some cultural relevancy even to this day? Yes, because the Boomer USA meme of the Boomer Wojak on the John Deere lawnmower drinking a White Monster and mowing the lawn while singing Cruisin' USA as the Zoomer's trying to sleep on a Saturday mid-morning, right? Trying to sleep in. Checkpoint! See? It's good stuff, man. Oh, okay. So they're in bikinis, but the one that's up close... So they had to rotoscope a t-shirt onto her. She's not actually wearing a shirt. So, okay, I was mostly right. Oh, whoops, wrong part of the song. Okay. Well, we'll have to remember this. Okay, hang on. I gotta hear one song. I gotta hear San Francisco, baby. Actually, you know what? I want to hear Deadwood. Yeah. Okay, here we go. We gotta hear a couple of these songs. This song to me sounds like a mix between Pumped Up Kicks and is it Sugar or Shorty? How You Get So Fly? That song? You know what song I'm talking about. Something how you get so fly. Something how you get so fly. That little like guitar riff sounds like a combination of those two songs. Pumped Up Kicks and How You Get So Fly. I think that's the lyric. Something, let me just look it up. How you get so fly. I swear that's the lyric. Sugar, sugar. Yeah, sugar, how you get so fly. Sugar, sugar, how you get so fly. I swear that song has a guitar riff just like the little, not this part. This part's too wacky, but the little like bum ba da 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 da. It's like a perfect mix of Pumped Up Kicks and Sugar, sugar, how you get so fly. Okay, then the other one I really want to hear is San Francisco, which maybe we already missed it. Nope, it's right here. House Special. House Special is another great song. Legit, House Special is like on my workout playlist. Do 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 do. Bum bum bum. The one from the arcade is better, but the one in the N64 version is funny too. Because of the ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. And there's even like a whip. Okay, the whip is on the arcade version, but there's more oohs and ahs on the N64 version. Anyways, it's a great song. It's a great game. I love how there's moments where you'll go like under a bridge and you'll have like the New York like city skyline like above the bridge. Or above the tunnel, and then like it's very clearly just like a billboard asset. Like it's hilarious. Or like there's one where you go through Death Valley. Sorry, that's crazy loud. There's one where you'll go through Death Valley, and at the end of Death Valley, it's like you'll see Mount Rushmore. And it's like those aren't anywhere near each other. So like sometimes the spatial relationships of all the landmarks in this game are pretty funny. But it's really good to just do like the cruise through the USA mode. It's really fun. Oh, that might get 2 stars, man. It's pretty good. I do like that one. Okay, Cruisin' Exotica. Cruisin' Exotica is still pretty good, but it's not quite as comfy, man. Just not quite as comfy. There you go, Midway. Wow, well, okay, longplays.org. I don't remember that other company. Exotica. Cruisin'. Oh yeah. Oh, see, that's the stuff I'm talking about. The female voice? I almost just turned it up for me only, not you guys. Oh yeah! Awesome! Checkpoint! There you go. There's what I'm talking about. The checkpoint! Go, baby! Okay, Exotica went like all out on those sounds for sure. I also remember like you could go into like first person camera mode, and when you did that, bugs would splatter up against the screen, and she'd go, "That's nasty." This was another one I sort of recall seeing in arcades and playing it in arcades a lot too. And I will say the arcade one was better than the N64 one, but like, they were still a lot of fun. But yeah, this one went all out with, one of the places you'd race in was Alaska, and she'd go like, "Alaska is so cool." Like they went all out on her voice being in the game. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, they kept them in the bikinis for this one. Crazy. Here we go. Boom, 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 ba-dum. Boom, 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 ba-dum. You could race on Mars?
Go to India.
There were so many vehicles to unlock too, so many. I probably haven't even unlocked all of them on the N64 one. This song, for some reason, I'll get it stuck in my head. Say yeah, yeah. With that like bum bum ba-dum, bum 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 ba-dum. I'll get stuck in my head probably once a month. I just wish the music wasn't so overly compressed on this one. Let's skip into it a little ways and see what else we can find. Whoa, what?
Ready, set, go!
Are there like bonus modes I never knew about? It looked like whoever's playing this was like tricking out their police car. I mean, it's just a racing game, right? It's just so much fun, though. For some reason, man, I had so much fun with this. Now, again, Exotica... Wow, I like how this is like... These can be devilishly difficult to pull off correctly as well. I would say Exotica and USA are close in how I would rank them. But I do think, like, overall, just quality... Oh, come on. Where's, like, the... Oh, there's Mars. You race on Mars. Where's the Jurassic one? There was one... Yeah. We gotta see the dinosaur. No, this is Alaska. We gotta see the dinosaur. Where's the dinosaur? Oh, yeah, you raced in Atlantis? Apparently, I just like this song. We've heard this song on 3 separate racetracks. Come on, where's... Oh. The T-Rex runs right through here, I think.
Checkpoint.
I swear he runs through here. Well, there was a pterodactyl. Yeah, there's some pterodactyls or pteranodons. Oh, there you go. There's some dinos. And there's the bugs. That's nasty. Okay, where's the T-Rex, though? More dinosaurs. Oh, bad luck. There it is. Okay, I know that's like really choppy, the bitrate and everything, but... Ah, too good. This was like when video games could be like kind of goofy and tongue-in-cheek. It's 2 stars, man. Exotica is not too bad. It's probably the weakest. I said they were neck and neck, USA and Exotica. It's probably the weakest in the N64 lineup of cruising games, but it's still like Cruising USA doesn't have like doing the tricks off of the jumps, but it has really good tracks. Exotica has decent tracks, but you do tricks. Cruising World is where they like introduced doing the tricks, and they have the different like Cruise the World modes, and you could upgrade your car with like paint jobs and 2-tone paint jobs and get speed boosts and stuff. Man, Cruising World had it all. We're gonna crank this because the music is too good. Eventually, we'll hear music.
Cruising the world. Yeah. You got the speed.
You got the power to cruise the world. You got the speed, you got the power to cruise. This stuff means something to me, dog.
Choose your car.
I never had to go anywhere past this. Choose your car. It was called the Serpent. It was yellow. It was a Dodge Viper. That's why it's called the Serpent. It was a knockoff Dodge Viper. I swore to myself one day I would buy a bright yellow Dodge Viper, by the way. They discontinued making those, so I'm going to have to save up and spend a pretty penny. But one day I will have a yellow Viper. Look, reflections! How are they doing that? See, I didn't like the Stallion as much. Hang on, I'm really hoping it's in here. Why are you skipping some? Maybe they're not meaning to. What a loop. Yes. Okay. So my mom, when she would play this with us, she would always use this car for some reason. And you saw on the other cruising game that when you were done with a race and you like logged a best time or whatever, that you could put your initials in and put it on the best time board. Well, somehow my mom, instead of putting MOM as the initial, right? Instead of putting mom on the initial board, the name board, she somehow put Moo. So this became known as the three-wheeled Moo. And if we ever see a vehicle that looks like this with three wheels, seriously, like almost everybody in my immediate family, me, my brother, my sister, my mom, I would imagine even my dad would be like, oh yeah, I do remember that. We all refer to it as the three-wheeled Moo and then laugh about it. It's hilarious. Good stuff, man. Now again, it's not quite as good as the arcade version. Because in the arcade version, the Germany track is a little bit different, and you can like run over cows, and the cows literally explode into like T-bone steaks and like ground beef. So again, all tongue-in-cheek, right? And in the arcade, when you finish Cruise the World mode, before you go to the moon, you actually see like Bill Clinton, and he's like at the White House, but he has a hot tub on the roof of the White House, and he's in the hot tub with like Hillary and like other women, and are all like in bikinis, and they all have like banging bodies, right? They're just like the most insane bodies you've seen, because like they can just put a face over, like, you know what I mean, right? And then you like go to the, so like these games made it, in the arcade at least, they like made it a habit of like poking fun at Bill Clinton. For some reason, Midway Games always put Bill and Hillary in their games. NBA Jam, you could play as Bill and Hillary. In the cruising games, you always made it to the White House and saw Bill and Hillary. And in one of them, Bill is like in a hot tub full of women, and then he says something like, "Don't tell Hillary." But they never had that in the N64 version, understandably. So here, my mom tried to put MOM, and somehow she put Moo instead of MOM. So that's how it became the three-wheeled Moo. Hawaii with the Jungle Bump song. Jungle Bump is my favorite. Boom, boom, bra, bra. Boom, boom, bum, bow, bum, bow, bum, bow, bum, bow, ba, na, ba, da, do. Ba, da, bla, da, bla, da, blue, do, da, 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 da. Checkpoint! Really good, man. Some of the later racetracks, like I remember New York. Australia's hard. New York gets really hard too. Yeah, at the end of the game, the race is like, I recall it being to Florida, and you get picked up and get put on the rocket ship, and it goes, "We're cruising now." He said it.
We're cruising now.
Okay, it says it there, I guess, too. But you get picked up and put on a rocket ship, and the rocket takes off to the moon, and then you race on the moon after the end credits. So that must be a different mode. I'm gonna have to come back to this. Look, if you haven't gotten the point here, like... Oh yeah, London and New York, I think, are very difficult. If you haven't gotten the point here, this is a 4-star. This is easily a top tier, nothing is better. When I think of like the best racing games, Cruisin' World is at the top of that list for me. Cruisin' World is fantastic. And I have had the itch of playing like Cruise the World mode and getting, doing the yellow Viper knockoff, repainting it, doing a 2-tone paint, doing the speed boost, doing the whole thing, racing on the moon, all on stream. That's easy, guaranteed it's on stream, man. That's so good. Okay, how about Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine? This is like a super rare game, and it like only came out as like a game that you could get at Blockbuster. And I don't think very many versions of the game exist complete in box on account of you could only get it at Blockbuster. Because as far as I know, the games that you rented from Blockbuster, like the cartridges were just out on the shelves. Probably in like a plastic case, so you took it to the counter, they took it out of the case and gave you the cartridge as part of your rental. Factor 5! I went on a whole thing, what do you want to call it? I gave you my whole Factor 5 spiel here because of how awesome Factor 5 is. Factor 5 is incredible. We're going to talk about them even more, not just with this game, but the more we talk about the N64 here. So, the Infernal Machine came out on the PC first, and it's an okay game on the PC. It's kind of broken. Not the greatest. Then it comes out on the N64, and it has, believe it or not, better controls. They just basically use the Ocarina of Time control scheme. Better lighting. Can you believe it? The N64 had better lighting and textures than the PC version.
Now what?
Oh yeah, if you ever hear me play a video game like on stream and I'm collecting things and I go, "Ooh, what's this?" That's me quoting this game. When you pick up like, oh, and I go, medicinal herbs, like playing Resident Evil and you pick up the green herbs. If you hear me go, "Ooh, what's this?" Medicinal herbs. That's me quoting this game. There's an angry video. It's not Angry Video Game Nerd, but it's James Rolfe and Mike Matai playing this. And they can't even get past like this opening stage, and they're like, this has to be one of the worst video games ever. And like, I've played this entire game, and it's fantastic. It's actually really good. And like, it's almost universally agreed upon that it's better than the PC one. Now, unfortunately, the N64 one doesn't have a really cool Easter egg that the PC game does. When you're actually in the Infernal Machine and like slipping between dimensions, if you go a particular route in the machine, I thought he was gonna say, "Ooh, what's this?" It's so cool. If you go a particular route inside the Infernal Machine, you'll actually show up in the Curse of Monkey Island at the Barbary Coast, and Indiana Jones will turn into a 3D model of Guybrush, and you'll just be in the Barbary Coast with the Barbary Coast music playing. For some reason, it's just in there for like no reason. It's on the PC version, but not the N64 version. I remember playing this and being like, oh yeah, it looks like an N64 game, right? But then Sophia Hapgood shows up, and the way they like... her hair moves!
Sophia Hapgood.
Hello, Indy. Been a while.
It's so cool. They actually like hand animated the mesh
Psychic premonition about the treasures I should have found.
to like make it look like real hair. Like they went above and beyond on this N64 version. It's got full voice acting, so whenever you hear an N64 game that has full voice acting, you can thank Factor 5 for that. If it has like full motion video cutscenes, you can thank Factor 5 for that. Factor 5 figured out how to get sound and video compressed to a point where it was still decent onto a Nintendo 64 cartridge. So that's why Factor 5 is like one of my favorite companies of all time, is because they highly optimized all this stuff to work on the N64. And like, okay, it's really low res and muddy, but like it works.
Remember your Bible? That's where mortals raised the Tower of Babel to invade heaven.
Well, you know, this does look like the ruins of Itimananki, the ziggurat often identified with the tower.
And sure, the voices are like pretty crunchy. But like, seriously, the fact that all this voice work and all the music and stuff is on the N64 is impressive. Oh yeah, they're like snow level. And you get in like a river raft. Dude, this game is so cool. Where's the... I gotta see the river raft. I gotta see him rafting. Yeah! Dude, and he like inflates it and deflates it. And the snow particle effects. You thought Emperor's Tomb was the first Indiana Jones game. So that's a direct follow-up to this one. Maybe not story-wise, but it's the exact same, like, it's the same group that, like, worked on it, right? Another candle. I hope we hear him go, ooh, what's this? Damn it! Come on!
Take this. It may help you.
Come on, say it.
What's this?
Ah! Yes!
An idol.
There it was! So again, if I'm playing a game and I'm collecting things and you hear me go, ooh, what's this? It's a reference to this. And when you pick up green herbs, he goes, medicinal herbs.
What's this? An idol.
It's got some crazy boss battles. You actually go back to where it all started in Raiders of the Lost Ark. You go to Peru and you go to the same Temple of the Forbidden Idol or whatever. Like, it's so good. And the levels are massive, dude. This is a fun one. It's a 2-star for sure. The Emperor's Tomb is also very good. Don't get me wrong. I think that's on this list just for PC. What else do we have? Man, we got a lot on here. Okay, speaking of Factor 5, we have Resident Evil 2 for the N64. Audio system licensed by Factor 5. Voice compression technology by Factor 5. They're also the reason why all of the... Like, it has the audio compression, but the video compression for the cutscenes is also... is also because of Factor 5. So Factor 5 is one of my favorite companies. They're not around anymore, but, like, the reason a lot of these games were able to come out on the N64 is because of Factor 5.
On the job. Great, huh? Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Mine's Claire.
Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you. What's going on in this town? We gotta hear that, at least, right? So, spoiler alert.
Hey, could you open the glove box?
This is not the only version of Resident Evil 2
There's a gun inside.
on this list. The reason this one is on the list is because it's borderline a miracle. It's a technical marvel that they figured out how to get this game with all the voice work, all of the cutscenes. They look like shit compared to the PlayStation, but all of the cutscenes, both Leon and Claire's full campaigns, all on one cartridge, all on one N64 cartridge. This game exists on the PlayStation on like 4 discs or something. Multiple discs. Just to get it to fit on the PlayStation. But because of Factor 5, they got the entire game to fit on one cartridge. It's insane! Not to mention it's a very good game. Even the old one is very good. Oh, we're playing as Claire, so we might not hear, what's going on in this town? So good. You walk around the police station. It's like, it's basically the same thing. Well, that was a little Sherry, huh? A little cutscene with Sherry.
Please. I'd really like to be alone now.
Spooky. Spooky, spooky. I will admit, the remake, I think, is a better game. But this is still a fantastic game. In fact, I own a complete inbox version of the game, if you can believe that. Oh, do we get to hear Leon say, "What's going on in this town?" Maybe. We got to hear that at least, right? When he gets to, like, Kendo's gun shop or whatever. Spooky. Maybe he never does. Maybe this is like Leon B or something. It's a really funny moment, though. He walks into Kendo's and he just goes, "What's going on in this town?" I've now said it like 6 times, so I think you get the point. But there's lots of videos talking about like how any of this stuff was possible and talking about how creative they got to get the videos. And it's basically like, they kind of just like rendered every other, like when they compressed it, they like rendered every other frame. And then they like did like every other color. And so when it plays in motion, like you get the illusion that every frame and every color is there, but they actually cut everything down by half or more as far as like how much space. So yes, it's very pixelated, very compressed. So they crunched it down even more, like bitrate wise. But they started with a 50% reduction at minimal quality loss just by using that, kind of doing every other color and every other frame. It's fantastic. It's a technical marvel. It deserves 1 star alone for that. These Resident Evil games with the tank controls and the stationary camera are scary, of course. They're spooky, but they're even more scary because, like, you're fighting the perspective change constantly and freaking out about like how you can really only aim up and down, and like, so they're difficult and scary in a different way, but still scary and still a lot of fun. And it's just incredible that it all is on 1 cartridge. And like I said, I have a complete in-box version, and I'm pointing up against that wall again because on the other side of the wall is the shelf where I have a complete in-box Resident Evil 2 for the Nintendo 64, because it's that important to me. The technological feat behind the scenes of that game is that important to me. That's the whole reason this one is on the list. I didn't really play it when it came out, but I learned about Factor 5 in the years since, and like couldn't believe that they actually got a playable version of Resident Evil 2 with everything on it, every cutscene, every line of dialogue, everything all on 1 cartridge. It's incredible. It's the craziest thing ever. All right. Should we do the wrestling stories? So let's start with WCW Mayhem. Ooh, yeah.
Folks, welcome to WCW Mayhem, brought to you by Electronic Arts.
Brought to you by Electronic Arts. The voice of Tony Schiavone. So for most people, when they talk about the voice of wrestling, they're probably talking about Lawler and JR, right? And they're the ones that are like JR's the one that's like, "Oh, Triple H, you son of a bitch! Oh, as God is my witness, that man is broken in half," right? That's JR. And then Lawler's the one that's like, "Ah," right? "He's standing in the flames, JR," right? So to most people, that's the voice of wrestling. For me, it's Tony Schiavone. Tony Schiavone is the voice of wrestling because I was a WCW guy. We watched WCW. Tony Schiavone, Mike Tenay, Larry Zbyszko, Bobby Heenan. This game has a crazy roster, though. Awesome roster. Gameplay-wise, it's probably not very good. But the reason it's on here, couple of stories. So, when it came out, my brother and I, huge wrestling fans. The reason I watch wrestling is because I watched it with my brother. And we watched WCW. We watched a little bit of WWF as well. And then I was the one that found TNA Impact and watched AJ Styles and kept watching wrestling. Although actually just today, my brother sent me a picture. And it was him saying that it was Scott Hall hitting somebody with the edge, which is like he puts him over his back and then throws him over the back, right? and it's called the Razor's Edge or the Outsider's Edge, depending on which version of Scott Hall you're talking about. But he sent me the picture, and basically the point of the picture, the point of the meme was that he was saying he was Scott Hall, and I was the guy that he was delivering the edge to. And yes, in the 90s and the early 2000s, my brother would put me in the torture rack, and he'd hit me with the Outsider's Edge, the Razor's Edge. Anyways, where was I going with it? Oh, so we watched wrestling. When this game came out, I swear I remember we used to live really close to a Target. Either I walked with my brother, because we used to walk to the Target all the time, and I could walk to that Target as long as I was supervised, because it was a bit of a walk. Sorry, that's Mean Gene Okerlund's voice. The reason I remember this is we walked to Target, or answer the chat. Is it in box and sealed? Not sealed, sorry. Pause your tism tangents and read chat. I'm sorry. That's the whole point of this stream, is for me to relive these memories and not pay attention to chat. It's complete in box. It has the registration card, it has the box, it has the instruction manual, it has the game. It's just not sealed. Sorry. And the box is in pretty decent shape. One corner is a little wrinkly, but that's it. It's not torn or anything. It's not in bad shape. It's not mint. Anyways, my brother walked to Target and bought WCW Mayhem, and then came back and we played it all that day. And that was a really good memory. It's got a really good roster. It's got Raven, who I don't even think was in the company at that point. It's got Disco Inferno. It's got Canyon. It's got Diamond Dallas Page. It's got Sting. It's got Barry Windham from the West Texas Rednecks. I hate rap. I like country music. I like country girls, right? The West Texas Rednecks. Anyways, the other reason this game is on here, Diamond Dallas Page, heck yeah, dude. Which, guess what? It actually has DDP's theme song, I'm pretty sure. The other reason this game is on here is during a job interview for something, one of the people interviewing, I was the candidate, one of the people interviewing me, hang on, I really want to hear if it's his theme song. It's a variation of it. It's not quite, but it's close. One of the guys that was asking me questions during the interview actually worked for EA and did all the character rigs and character animations for this game. And this was the Nintendo 64 version that I played, so it didn't have all of the extra bells and whistles that the PlayStation version had. So the PlayStation game, the Cryonic Kick, has an opening cutscene where Goldberg breaks out of containment and beats up all the people in containment before going to the wrestling ring and then beating up his opponent. And this guy that I'm talking about, Zrovom, you know who this is. He still has his Goldberg model, Goldberg rig, and some of the animations he did, and he uses it. Mr. Salad, you are correct. Salisbury steak, you are correct. TV dinner. Yes. So I didn't know that. I never really worked with him or anything. It was just this interview where all of a sudden I said something about playing video games from as long as I can remember and playing wrestling games with my brother. And then him going, "Hey, wait a minute. Which wrestling games did you play?" And I was like, "Oh, WCW games." And he was like, "I worked on Mayhem." And I was like, "No way." So I literally, I was like, "I gotta be right back." I left the interview for a second. I ran into the other room. I found my cartridge of Mayhem, and I said, "I still have Mayhem. You worked on this game?" And he's like, "Yeah, I did Goldberg and his animations." And I was like, "That's so cool." And then what's funny about this story, so that's the other reason why this game is on here. The the other funny story with that was that same guy was like, yeah, that's cool that you played Mayhem. And then he was like, we don't talk about the other one, Backstage Assault. And for good reason, because like, okay, you look at these, like when it was going through the roster in the main menu, like, okay, that looks like Hollywood Hogan. It's a low poly, low resolution version of him, but it looks like Hollywood Hogan, right? That looks like the guys. They're all kind of standing like chipmunks and breathing weird. But like, they all look like who they're supposed to look like for the most part. Right? So then, okay, I gotta rank this one really quick before I go off on this next tangent. It's probably 1 star. It had a really cool thing where every time a new pay-per-view was on, like they were building up to a new pay-per-view on TV, they'd actually put out like a code where you could like play the pay-per-view's intended match cards, which they always say like card is subject to change. So like they hardly ever totally matched. Yo, is Apex on your list? No, I'm sorry. So like leading up to Bash at the Beach 99 or whatever year it was, you could like put in a code and like play the intended match card for that, which is a really cool thing to keep people coming back and playing the game and keep them tuning into the weekly television shows, right? For wrestling. It was a really cool idea. That was the other cool thing this game did. Kind of an early form of like DLC and like seasons and stuff. Pretty neat. Okay, so Backstage Assault. So the guy that we're both talking about, Zrovan, also worked on this one. And you can already tell, like, something's a little missing. Something's lacking in the presentation here. What happened to the menus? Why do the menus not look as good? Right? Like, things are a little weird here. And during this interview, I even asked the guy, I was like, oh, you worked on Backstage Assault too? What happened? And he was like, don't even get me started. That was a mess. So, but like, dude, when I heard that this game came out, like, I wanted it so bad. But like, look at this. It doesn't look anything like the wrestlers. It looks so bad.
Time for WCW Backstage Assault. Let's get to the action. And this hardcore individual is someone who doesn't care about
Johnny the Bull.
These two guys will not disappoint us. They'll give everything, and then some.
Like, okay, Sting sort of looks like Sting because they have the face paint. But like, I don't know, if there's a match in here that has Hogan, like Hogan's bandana doesn't even like fit on his head. Like, it looks so goofy. Apparently that's Stevie Ray. I wouldn't have been able to tell you that.
You know the most important thing about tonight is
World Championship Wrestling in WCW.
Who the hell? Oh, that's Lash LaRue, Corporal Cajun. My goodness.
And this hardcore individual is someone who doesn't care about pain.
match so far. Let's hope this match gets better.
Am I hearing more fireworks? Wouldn't it be a little too late for fireworks where I'm at? Crowbar. That kind of looks like Crowbar, I guess. Man, I was really hoping Hogan would be in here because the Hogan model in this game just looks awful, dude.
This is a street fight. No rules. Just a plain old-fashioned whooping.
Now, that being said, what they were trying for with this game... Okay, one thing that Mr. Salad was like, who knows what they were thinking with this game. He was like, how can you have a wrestling game? No, that's the hood popping off. It might be, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I hear, like, cars driving and they're super loud and they get, like, what do they call that? Like, blowbacks? The kickbacks? Like, did you see the trash can getting destroyed right there? Like, I think they just ran out of time. Anyways, they were like, what kind of wrestling game doesn't have a wrestling ring? And it's like, that's a good point. But like the backstage fights was like kind of a big thing with wrestling back in the day, when they'd go backstage and they would like throw each other in dumpsters and then like run a semi truck through the dumpster. So I didn't mind it so much. And then doing like the backstage gauntlet where like each match was in a different area of the backstage. And then like you'd run into different wrestlers, and that's how you unlocked different wrestlers, and like had the hardcore champion, and like the idea was sound, in my opinion. I just think it sounded like they just ran out of time, because like WCW was kind of like on its deathbed at this point. They ran out of time, they ran out of money, they ran out of everything. So like I think that's why you can tell, like even just like the splash screen and the main menu is like not near as good as Mayhem's, even though this came out after Mayhem. You would be forgiven for thinking it was Backstage Assault then Mayhem, not the other way around, right? But this game's awful, man. I mean, I have to eliminate it. Compared to the other wrestling games, it's awful. Okay, so now let's go to the first WCW game on the N64. World Tour. Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania. Hang on. That's the estate that like owns Marvel. Oh, Marvel Entertainment. That's right. At this point, Marvel still had the Hulk rights, so he had to like pay Marvel. At some point, Marvel lost that, so he had to pay Marvel to use the name Hulk because of the Incredible Hulk. At some point, he got that back from Marvel, so never mind. But let's see, this game, let's see, I gotta hear the main menu. Now graphically, again, this doesn't look that great, I will admit. I gotta hear the main menu music though. The main menu music is so good. Okay, everybody goes to the options menu, come on. The best part about this roster is it has Sting, and then when you go over to the NWO roster, it has Sting. Dude, the graphics are insane for this. They look like cartoon characters. It doesn't even look like them. It's so bad. But gameplay-wise, this one knows what it's doing. Right here, let's go to, I don't even know, like, let's go to one where we, like, there's Sting. And Diamond Dallas Page is like the first wrestler you unlock in this game. Ric Flair is in this game. It doesn't even look like him. Ric Flair's not in the next game because he was suing the president of the company at the time. So he was suspended. So the special meter, the momentum meter, and then when you have like your special move, like it's a little simple, it's a little archaic, but it is. Is that Benoit? I think that's Benoit. Oh, Dean Malenko and Benoit, I think. Malenko and Benoit, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. What? Those are like initials on his tights. So yeah, it's a little simple. It's the same like ring most of the time. They did have like the NWO ring. That's Scott Hall, obviously. It was Kevin Nash. Whoa, they're wrestling each other, huh? It's crazy. They did have like some Japanese wrestlers or knockoff Japanese wrestlers, and like knockoff, like that's Abdullah the Butcher, but he's not actually Abdullah the Butcher. So they had like some knockoff guys, because this game was based on a Japanese wrestling game that had some WCW guys. And then when they made it a WCW game, they put a bunch more WCW guys in it. And then they had to like do knockoff versions of the Japanese wrestlers. But so much fun, dude. Like, that's probably supposed to be Muhammad Ali, but they can't call him that, so it's Joe Bruiser. But that's definitely Ali. And that's Diamond Dallas Page. Crazy, dude. That sound lives rent-free in my brain. Again, if I'm comparing it to, I have to eliminate it. Is it better than Backstage Assault? Yes. Is it better than Mayhem? No. Gameplay-wise, it's better. Presentation-wise, it's much worse. Gameplay and presentation-wise goes to this game. This game is amazing. I've played it on stream before. Like, this game is incredible. In fact, I might just like leave the opening cutscene playing while I like run to the restroom really quick, because I kind of have to go. It's so good. I mean, I've been going for 5 hours and we're not even done with the N64 and I still have PC to go. I'm gonna be live for a while. I went till 2 in the morning last time. I might be doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the cutscene going. I'll be right back.
What?
The Laparka dance. I will legit hit I'll hit the Hogan Yoinky Sploinky in the exact order that this game puts it in. Literally because of that opening cutscene, man. The Hollywood Hogan Yoinky Sploinky. I'll hit the Yoinky Sploinky Hogan style on a daily basis. I'm not even kidding. Okay, so again, graphically, is this an improvement over World Tour? Yes. Presentation-wise, does it look much more like Nitro and the pay-per-views? Yes. Do the wrestlers in EA's WCW Mayhem look a little more lifelike? Yes. So I think semi-presentation wise, Mayhem has entrance music. This game technically has entrance music, but all wrestlers get the same 2 entrance music and entrance songs, depending on if they're player 1 or player 2, face or heel music, basically. Thought that was Darth Maul for a second. Nah, dude, it's Wolfpack Sting. That's the first time in a long time that the music and everything actually synced up to the... That's Kurt Hennig, brother. Kurt Hennig. It looked like the Harlem Heat, and then that looked like Billy Kidman as the mystery wrestlers that are the title holders. What was I saying? Oh, the opening cutscene. If you run it on an emulator, the opening cutscene plays too fast compared to the audio, so it doesn't match up. That's the first time in a long time I've actually seen the opening cutscene match the audio. Dude, this game has the most absurd... Like, if you're a WCW fan like me, this has the best roster. It's so... literally, the only person it's missing is Ric Flair. And it's because he was suing Eric Bischoff at the time. It has Chris Jericho, but that does not look like Chris Jericho to me. Okay, we got to get in there and... So again, you got the spirit meter. I could legit play this right now, and I could play it for several hours right now. Oh, that's right, he's the man of 1,004 holds. That's so good. He was feuding with Dean Malenko at the time, and Dean Malenko was the man of 1,000 holds. And Jericho was like, I'm the man of 1,001 holds, and then he like kept adding one to it. And there's if you've ever seen, it's a meme. There's a image of him holding a ginormous sheet of paper that like he's holding it, and it goes along the ground and like out the ring. And dude, it's like all the reasons why whatever is usually the meme. But what he was using that for was he was listing off all of the wrestling moves he knew, all 1,004 wrestling moves, right? Which was more than Dean Malenko, the man of 1,000 holds. And he like starts off, he says arm bar, and then he says like another couple of moves, and then he says arm bar again, and then it cuts to commercial, and then it comes back 2 minutes later after the commercial, and he's still listing off wrestling maneuvers, and he throws in arm bar a couple more times. It's hilarious. All right, we got to see the Lion Tamer. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Dude, okay, I don't know if they did motion capture for the wrestlers, but like, so when Sting got his special, and he did like the flex, and then the, like, that's exactly how Steve Borden moves. I don't think that's mocapped because it's a little slower than how he does it in real life. But then when Jericho did his special pin right there and then did his jumping up and down, like that's the thing that really carries this game. Is sure they're a little blocky, the little flex, and then his like little cheer. That's so good, and I don't think they mocapped any of this. But again, the fact that it's all SEP models, like the arm is separate from the body, the upper arm is separate from the lower arm, the fact that like everything's kind of archaic, kind of low poly, kind of muddy, kind of weird looking, is made up for by the fact that like virtually all of the animations are like borderline perfect, and I don't think they mocapped him. Oh, hell yeah, I'm so glad I skipped to this song. This is also on my workout playlist, the Starcade. Now, it's only called Starcade because it's the music that happens to play on the Starcade map, now, or arena. This is still the Nitro arena, but it's the Starcade music for the game. There's the Walls of Jericho, the Lion Tamer, whatever you want to call it. Or is the Lion Tamer the flip he would do off of the... No, that's the Lion Salt, I think. Anyways. Oh, it's the big bad booty daddy, Scott Steiner. He's gonna flex. Oh, he skipped it. I was gonna say he's gonna flex. He's gonna put it up and he's gonna kiss his bicep. Why would you skip that, man? Yeah, see, there's Kurt Hennig coming out. Ultimo Dragon. Dude, the roster on this game is absurd. It's so good. The music is good. It still holds up to this day. Like, the gameplay. It might not look the best, but like, dude, for a fighting game, it's awesome. I didn't read this out loud or acknowledge it, but I did read it. I bet making a fighting game in Capstone wouldn't be too bad. Dude, especially, I mean, I don't know if you can actually use like the spirit meter. The AEW video game that came out a few years ago used a very similar approach. It wasn't a spirit meter, but it was like an energy meter that gave you the ability to actually like do your special moves and stuff. So good. All right, Smash Bros, the original, the one that started it all. Look, if you're not playing this and playing as Captain Falcon, what are you doing? Pika! Uh-oh. Fighting Polygon Team!
Fighting Polygon Team!
And then Master Hand.
3, 2, 1.
And I remember back in the day, there were rumors that if you like did a certain thing and you typed in a certain combination of buttons on the main menu and you beat Master Hand within a minute, that you could unlock Master Hand as a playable character in Smash Bros. Like, this was before like the internet was really popping off, and so like you would just hear people at school say like, oh yeah, it works, I unlocked Master Hand. And it was like, no you didn't. It was like, yeah, I did it this way, and they told you the steps, and then you had to wait till you got home from school to try it, only to realize that person was lying to you. They just don't make them like they used to. Again, everything that this game does well, Melee improved upon in every way. That sound. Shrek! Like, that's one that, like, I will hear in my head. No miss. Break the targets. Board the platforms. Metal Mario. Dude, this was one, again, like, the whole family, cousins, neighbor friends, school friends. I mean, Smash Bros was like one of the killer apps. Like, sure, the PlayStation might have been more powerful, might have been more successful sales-wise, but like, the whole squad was playing Smash Bros. For sure. Wow. Can we get some Captain Falcon? I want to hear Falcon Punch! Maybe he hasn't been unlocked yet. Oh no, he's there. Oh heck yeah, the Donkey Kong stage. One of my favorites. The barrel underneath was always one of my favorites, man. Jigglypuff. Dreams do come. Dude, this whole game is nostalgic. Like, that's what I mean. This game is nearly perfect. And I would pretty much say the only one that is better is Melee. I want to hear Captain Falcon say, Falcon Punch! Ah, the hammer! Oh, dude, new challenger approaching? Did I see that right there? Oh, a new battle arena has been added. Oh, yeah! Dude, I still have stuff I gotta unlock on my cartridge. I don't think I have this unlocked. All right, let's hear it. Falcon! Apparently, the one I hear in my brain is the Melee voice clip. Because that was different. That was like a totally different tone. Does he still do the show your moves? He just sounds younger. That's basically what it is. He's just a little bit higher pitched voice. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. It's a 2-star. Is it a 3-star? It might be a, oh gosh. It's a 2-star. It's a 2-star. It's really good. It probably hasn't aged as well as Melee has, but it's still so good. And watching that is, like you said, so nostalgic. Playing all my old Pokemon games. Okay, the only Pokemon game I have any recollection of like playing for more than like a few days was Pokemon Snap. So theoretically, if Pokemon Revolution could have been on this list because I played it for like a weekend because I rented it to play online multiplayer on the Wii. Like, this game is on here because I probably played it I probably played it slightly more than Pokemon Revolution. Those are the two games I played. I didn't include Pokemon Revolution. Probably because I thought the idea of taking pictures of the Pokemon was more fun. For some reason, I thought that was more interesting. I had a lot of fun with this. I never owned it, but I swear both sides of the family, both cousins had it. So I seem to recall playing it a lot. I think you had to complete this game to finish the Pokédex on Red and Blue. Really? That's cool. I mean, it's basically like an amusement park ride. Like, you're just on the rails taking pictures, but like... games... Like I said, games used to like really make it, like, have a huge focus on tropical settings on the beach. And then like volcanic areas and like jungles. And like, they don't do that now. The feelings I get watching this seeing like low poly jungles and low poly tropical settings. Games don't do that anymore, man. And I'm not saying low poly, I just mean like Super Mario Sunshine is like such an anomaly now because that whole game is a tropical setting. Right? Kingdom Hearts starts in a tropical setting. Final Fantasy has tons of tropical settings. Sonic has tons of tropical settings. They don't do that anymore. And the music is so good. The music on the N64 is so good. Apparently there's some game, and I can't believe I'm about to say this on my YouTube stream, but apparently there's some game. Now again, I'm saying this and I truly don't know. I've never played it, and I don't really want to play it because I'm pretty sure what I'm gonna say is true. Apparently there's a game a lot like Pokemon Snap that's on like PC, it's on GOG, it's on Steam, I'm pretty sure, where you're like taking pictures of like furries, not people dressed up in their furry outfits, but they're like anthropomorphic, like, you know, humanoid animals, so they're like furries. And then apparently it like gets a little like steamy with those characters. And it's like an M-rated game for the content of that. And like every now and then I'm like, oh, it's like Pokemon Snap, I should play it. And then I remember it's like an adults only game. And I'm like, I don't want to know what that means. So, uh-oh, I'm pretty sure that Pokemon has been banned because of various reasons. You think this is an eliminate? I was gonna give it 1 star. I think it'd be fun to like... Dude, I remember this, like throwing the apples just to get him to come out. I don't know, man. Some of the memories I have... This is the closest I got to getting into Pokemon, by the way. Was playing this game, and on one of the family trips that we took, for whatever reason, there was one day or one night we decided to just like stay in the hotel, and we rented a movie, and the movie I wanted to rent, so we rented like 2 or 3 movies, and the movie I wanted to rent was the Pokemon movie. And so I have like a memory of watching the Pokemon movie. I don't know if it was a hotel room, maybe we were staying with family like in a house or something. I really can't remember. That trip's kind of a blur too for various reasons, but that's the closest I got to getting into Pokemon. Was I wanted to watch the Pokemon movie, and I played and wanted to keep playing Pokemon Snap. I don't think it's an eliminate for me, dog. It's a 1 star. It's still not guaranteed to move on because of that, but it's not eliminated. Dude, I got so many of these, and then I have PC left to go, which is like crazy. I wonder how long of a break I could put this on, because I haven't eaten and I need to go get food. It's 10:30. Majora's Mask, why not? Nintendo held a competition for best photos. Did they really? That's cool. I like that idea. So, Majora's Mask. I played Majora's Mask on the special collector's edition Zelda disc that came with the GameCube. And funny story about that, I was like, you know, I really only like the one Zelda game on there, and I already like own it. I don't like the other ones. And it has like a demo of Wind Waker, and I don't think I need a demo of Wind Waker. I'll just wait till Wind Waker comes out, right? So sure enough, I like sold my special super rare collector's edition Zelda promotional box and disc that came with the GameCube. I sold it to like a neighbor friend for like 20 bucks. I was like, yeah, you can have it for 20 bucks. He was like, really? Thanks. And then like, sure enough, like a week later, I was like, why did I do that? So then I remember like asking him for it back, and he was like, no, it's mine. You sold it to me. And I was like, all right. So like 2 years ago, I spent kind of a pretty penny and bought, again, a complete inbox, not sealed, it's unsealed, but a complete inbox in really good shape. Zelda Collector's Edition promotional GameCube disc and box that has Ocarina of Time Master Quest, Majora's Mask. I think it even has A Link to the Past, and it might even have Zelda and Zelda 2 on it. And I think it has, like I said, a demo for Wind Waker. And yeah, I bought it because I was like, that's one thing I regret. So that's kind of the funny story with Majora's Mask. I also, somewhere around here, I have the cool, what do they call it? Like the holographic, like lithographic label on the cartridge that when you move it around, like goes from the mask, Majora's Mask, to like Link on the cover. So it's like the cool gold cartridge with like the cool, you move it and it changes what you see, right? One picture, one photo sold for actually $1 million? Is that what you're saying? One Pokemon Snap competition picture sold for $1 million? That's nuts. Let's see. I own the Prima strategy guide for this game, which has a lot of really cool art on the inside of it. That's the whole reason, like, to own some of those strategy guides, is it has like full-on maps of the world, so it's kind of fun to see the maps. Oh, a card? Oh, they almost got turned into cards. Sorry, like you said, I have a lot of my tangents where I'm not seeing all of chat. So a competition for best photos, those got turned into cards. The card sold for quite a lot. That's cool. That is cool. I didn't know that. See, I never really got into Pokemon. So, okay, I own the strategy guide for this. I own the game on N64 and on GameCube. I am just very bad at it. The whole time mechanic and like trying to do everything within the 3 days and then go back in time and do different things and memorize everybody's schedules, and I'm very bad at it. It gets very challenging. It gets very stressful. I guess that's what I should say. Wait a minute, where's the big Deku guy? The big Deku guy has a funny voice clip that lives in my head rent-free, but I can't think of how he sounds. Like the Deku King. He goes like, whoa, or something weird. Yeah, this guy. So I got pretty far into this. I did a lot of it. It got to a point where I was like, dude, I can't keep juggling the time mechanic and all this stuff. So, the masks I thought were cool. The whole vibe of the game is super dark. Like, it deals with, like, basically people, like, committing suicide and, like, depression and not measuring up. Like, this game has some pretty dark themes. And for a Zelda game, it is a very interesting deviation from the normal, like, Zelda style. But it's too stressful. I never got super far. I think I got about this far. So according to this, about halfway through. The other reason this one still holds a place in my heart is because I was trying to see if I could skip to a point where whoever's playing this does it. Because I'm pretty sure this is the one where you learn a song on the ocarina. Or whatever instrument, maybe it's not an ocarina. Where you can like create a statue version of yourself. And that statue is part of a creepypasta. And again, for a brief moment, I was into like creepypastas. And if you're like, what the hell's a creepypasta? Go look them up. The famous ones are Squidward suicide. And that one's pretty messed up. And then the one that really I was like, dude, this is some crazy stuff, was Ben Drowned. And Ben Drowned is a Majora's Mask creepypasta. Where basically the game cartridge is haunted and it starts saying to the player, you've met with a terrible fate, haven't you? And the game starts breaking and it starts haunting him. But the guy that like put the story together, like actually created like a ROM hack and a ROM mod of Majora's Mask to like have gameplay videos of the game like haunting him and teasing him and taunting him and scaring him, and like I got way into that. And so sometimes when I see like the damn statue in this game, it like kind of makes me uneasy because I'm like, oh man, I remember how scary all that stuff was back in the day, dude. But I don't see the statue anywhere. And it's like a weird, like lifeless version of Link statue. Very spooky. Anyways, I've never beaten Majora's Mask. It stresses me out. It has a really weird vibe. It's kind of dark and depressing. And it also gives me anxiety for the reason that like it reminds me of that spooky ghost story. And not that it's like oh, I'm so scared, ooh, but like it's just the whole game is kind of a weird, like it just gives me weird feelings, man. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it, so it's eliminated. But those are all the stories about Majora's Mask. Playing it on the GameCube Special Edition disc, selling that disc, immediately regretting it, and then basically stealing the N64 cartridge from my cousin. I didn't really tell that part, but that's why I have a cartridge version. And then getting that disc back after spending quite a bit on it to get that special collector's edition GameCube game again. And then the creepypasta. The Ben Majora's Mask creepypasta. All right, Mario Party 3. How about that? Pretty much the whole reason this one's on here is because my sister would play this with me a lot, actually. And it's fun. They like tried to add like a story mode to it. Hang on, there's some... Yeah, I was gonna say, there's some music in here that's worth turning up quite a bit. And like meeting the star guy. And again, some of the music. Like, where's the... I guess it's after this. It's like once the game actually starts. Yes, this. Of course, you don't even hear any of it. But that song... The little dice guy... Anyways, and the stages. And I remember playing this with my sister a lot, and for some reason I remember playing quite a bit with my sister and one of like the family friends there was a daughter that was about my sister's age, or exactly my sister's age. And I remember one of my memories was playing this game. I like won a mini game. I think I stole a star. I was on a streak, and I kind of got a little too excited and was like cheering and laughing and going crazy. And my sister's friend was like, calm down, spaz. And like, for some reason, I remember that a lot and kind of laugh about that. Just, she used the word spaz, it was funny. This song. Oh, and the minigame music. And again, you haven't lived, you're not truly a gamer if you didn't play Mario Party on the N64 and have to do this to the joystick and get a blister on your palm. And so I think just because of the blister on the palm and some of the music and stuff, like I would love to play one Mario Party game for sure. I think this one gets a star. I don't think it gets eliminated. Mario Party is just too good of a game, man. It's too good. Too good. All right, how about Super Mario 64?
Hello.
Hello. I remember seeing Mario's face on the main menu here and thinking like, oh my gosh, this is like Pixar quality. Like, again, like, it was one of those times where I was like, we're not getting any better than this. The file select song. These people aren't, like, they're long plays, but they're not sitting there long enough for me to hear the music. How about... Oh, we must have missed it. I was gonna say, how about Bob-omb Battlefield? So we can hear that. Alright, I've only ever beaten this game once in my whole life. And the way I did it was by doing the rabbit glitch, so you could phase through the door with using the rabbit. And the stair glitch, where you just fly up the stairs backwards. The endless stairs. Which has the shepherd's tone, the shepherd's scale, which is the endlessly looping music, where it sounds like it's just always ascending or descending. If you do a particular, like, jump and crouch at the same time, Mario will just, like, fly up the stairs, and he'll go fast enough that he'll actually make it to the top of the stairs. He'll make it to the top of the endless stairs. So you can bypass a lot of the game that way, and then you can use a rabbit, catching the rabbit. You can use the rabbit to pass through a door that requires you to collect a whole bunch of stars. So you can technically beat the game with like 10 or 15 stars collected instead of 100 or whatever. And that's the only time I've beaten the game, was I did the speedrun strats and beat it in one sitting. So would I like to do that on stream again? Maybe, because I think it's cool. Are there people that are way too obsessed with speedrunning this game? Yes. In fact, I think, like, there's a record that somebody holds where they were able to knock off 1/2 of a button press in beating the game. How do you knock 1/2 of an input instead of one whole input? I have no idea. I don't know how that works, but somebody holds the record because they were able to knock 1/2 of an input from their attempt. And I watched a video trying to explain it to me, and I was like, I'm too stupid to understand this, apparently. But I would love to play this again for sure, and do the glitches to beat it in like one sitting. Again, you'd see how bad I am at platformers. But it would be a lot of fun. Where are the endless stairs? Does it have the endless stairs in this? Oh, we gotta go to Dire Docks or whatever, right? To hear that music. Isn't this the other one everybody's always ranting and raving about? It's a really good song. It's easy. It's a 3-star. Okay, we gotta watch some more though. We gotta like find him like fighting Bowser or something, like the first time you fight Bowser. Yeah, dude, the music is so nostalgic. Bowser's theme on this one is like super rocked out. Yes, the ga 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 do ga do do ga do ga do ga 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 ba 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 ba. And I'm gonna say it on stream. I know he says so longa Bowser, because he's Mario. It's a Mia, Mario, right? So I know he says Solonga Bowser. But if your brain doesn't fill in so long gay Bowser, like, are you even human? It's definitely so long gay Bowser. Alright, amazing. And the game gets really difficult and has some really challenging areas, some really fun areas, some good music, some great levels. It also kind of has a weird spooky tone, and some people theorize that it's like a much deeper, darker, sinister reason. Which I don't know about that, but yeah, this game... Oh, I remember this map was one of my favorites, flying around. I thought that was so cool. Good stuff. I already ranked it. How does it not move on? I mean, it's Super Mario 64. My gosh. Here, I won't save one of the heaviest hitters for last. Let's go Ocarina of Time. I already said a very close friend of mine and myself during COVID, when basically work and school was all online, I convinced my buddy to download Parsec. I was like, I'll take care of the rest, just get Parsec, and we'll be able to play Nintendo 64 games together. And we did. We got on Discord, we got on Parsec, and we played Ocarina of Time and beat it together, remotely, virtually, whatever you want to call it, man. Like, every now and then I get the itch to play this. And it doesn't have very many... Whoa! And they're doing a remake of it, and I just don't know, man. Like, the 3DS one was okay, I guess. Oh, yeah. Jabu Jabu's belly or whatever is one of those, oh yeah, that moment. But this game doesn't have that many things where I'm like, ooh, I don't want to do that again. In fact, the vast majority of like things that you have to do in this game are actually really fun. Somewhat challenging, especially when you get to like the Shadow Temple and kind of later in the game. It does start to get pretty challenging, at least for me. Yeah, dude, the fairies. The big Goron sword. The hammer. Oh my gosh, the gauntlets. One of my earliest YouTube videos that got quite a lot of views was confirming that you could get the secret colored gauntlets. There's a glitch where you can actually get the gold gauntlets. I think the gold gauntlets are the strongest ones, right? There's the silver and the gold gauntlets. You can get the gold gauntlets early by doing this whole, like, series of glitches that are basically you're using the, like, item code to, like, rewrite some of the code in the game. Like, I remember, like, looking into it and reading about how it all worked, and it was really crazy that by putting values into the items you have here that shouldn't exist there, you can actually like use that to write values elsewhere. And so you could give yourself the golden gauntlets, but then depending on how you did it and what values you wrote, you could have like pink gauntlets, you could have green gauntlets, like you could have different colored gauntlets. And I actually made a video because there was a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, right, you can't do that, this is fake, it's a ROM hack. And so I did it. And then I was like, I made a video that was like, basically it was me going, this is to prove to everybody that thinks these aren't real. It's real, here I am on the Wii version. It still worked on the Wii version. And I have I think they were like the black, I did like the black gauntlets. It was awesome. Let's see, what version of Ocarina of Time is this? Because fun fact, they actually had to like remove some sound effects and some textures from the game because they were a little too similar to like actual like Muslim or Islamic like prayer chants and stuff. So like they didn't mean to, but they were like more, like kind of offensive to certain groups, and so Nintendo actually had to censor the game after it came out. The other thing that they ended up censoring was they got away with like a rated T for teen rating, or E for everyone. They got away with a rating, but then actually when you like kill Ganon, or Ganondorf, sorry, he coughed up blood in the original game. So when he coughs, it was red particles that came up, and Nintendo had to censor it and make it green. Miss Lippy's car is green. I mean, it's the greatest game of all time. It's the Citizen Kane of video games. It's a 4-star. Easy. Easy peasy. We don't have to spend that much time on it. It's that good. All right, let's see. What else do we have unranked in here? Oh, not that many. Not that many. Let's do NFL Blitz. 2001. Midway presents NFL Blitz 2001. I gotta hear him say it. I miss Midway. I want them back so bad. Okay, come on.
Midway presents NFL Blitz 2001.
2001. I mean, it's NFL Blitz. For some reason, there was a game store at the Cottonwood Mall in the city that I live. And I guess I never realized that like there would have been other versions of NFL Blitz past the original one. So when I saw NFL Blitz 2001, I was like, I want to play that. And so I like, oh, that was a diamond cutter. And so I like bought it and played it, and I played it a lot, but it's basically the exact same game as NFL Blitz. I mean, okay, the roster might be slightly updated, but like you're not playing this for the roster. Like, let's be honest, you're not playing this for the roster. You're playing this for big head mode. You're playing this because you can go on fire. Much like NBA Jam, right? You're playing it because of because there's the play in the game called Da Bomb, which I always did Da Bomb. I never did any other play. I did Da Bomb. That was it. He was like giving the guy a piggyback ride. So it's still good. It's just, if I were to play NFL Blitz, it would be NFL Blitz. The music on this one is just crazy good. 1997, wow. And the sounds? That like...
Midway presents
Why turn it down? What the heck? Da, da, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then you got to like enter in cheats, which of course he's not, whoever's playing this is not entering in cheats. I remember I used to just sit there and do this at the enter a cheat menu. I used to just go like this. And sure enough, I would enter countless cheats. So every game was somehow different. You could type in your initials, and if you did certain initials with a certain like passcode, you could play with like, instead of a helmet, you had like a skull or a brain, or a Mortal Kombat character's head replaced the helmet. But yeah, the bomb. The bomb is the only. That's the only play you need. The bomb and suicide is all you need on this game. The 10, the 5. Tags on the extra points. The spin move. All right, we got to get to like the late hit. So, okay, the craziest thing is this is NFL Blitz. Apparently, the NFL didn't know that Midway was like gonna have late hits and like illegal contact and illegal tackles, and they were like mad about it apparently. And so I don't think they really ever dialed it down, but that's where after the like Midway lost the NFL license, that's where Blitz the League came out. So if you ever played or heard of Blitz the League, it was them trying to keep Blitz going after the NFL was like, we need somebody like Madden that's going to take our game seriously, right? Or take our sport seriously. But like some of those late hits and some of those crazy things is like what made this game, dude. I wanted to hear like the end of quarter music. Oh yeah, the touchdown dances. How about the post-game music? That might be what I'm thinking of. No, actually, it was the halftime music. There's halftime. I'm pretty sure there's halftime music and then end of game music. And the halftime music is pretty darn good, actually. Yeah. Okay, so really quick, one of my, I've got a couple really young nieces, and one of their favorite songs is a song called Butterfly by Smile DK. And in that song, either Smile is sampling this sound or NFL Blitz is sampling that song. But in that song, there's a part like during the bridge where one of the vocalists goes like, oh, right? I can't hit the note, but that's basically what it does. The halftime music for NFL Blitz has that vocal sample. And so I remember hearing that for the first time in the Smile song. Please play it. Don't skip it. That. And then, okay, the post-game music. We gotta go to the post-game music.
Falcons win the game!
Too good, man. This is a 3-star. It's so good. It's so good. All right, Mario Kart 64. This must be the... I wonder if this is like the PAL version, because I don't remember that splash screen. Oh, okay, I remember that. Hey, welcome to Mario Kart. Bros, we might be doing a part 4. I thought I was going to be done with this, but I guess we'll leave the N64, or we'll finish the N64, we'll leave PC for next time. It's been 6 hours, and I'm not even done. All right, so Mario Kart is on here again. I played this so much with friends and family, siblings, cousins. Everybody knows of the Rainbow Road glitch, or not glitch, but shortcut. Almost every single course on this game has some sort of shortcut that's so cheap, but if you can do it, like, it's just classic. Like, Wario Stadium has a really good one. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Ba 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 dum bum 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 bum. Who comes up with this? A floating fish that spits a trophy out? Congratulations! Ow, whoa, 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 right? All the sounds. Choco Mountain. Again, this one might be worth pulling out and trying to do some of the special shortcuts. Like Rainbow Road. Like literally you just jump off the edge here and land down there. And you skip this whole section. It looked like they wanted to do it. It's 3 stars, man. It's really good. Mario Golf? That's so wonderful. Who's Plum? So this game has a lot of like, aw, Luigi. Nice going. This game has a lot of like non-Mario characters. And legit, one of my favorite video game characters of all time is in this game. And his name is Sunny. And he wears like a red polo and slacks, and he has a sun hat. And whenever he'd get like a birdie or a good score, he'd go, "It's a sunny day!" And like, I still say that in that tone to this day. We need like Toad Highlands. Where's Toad Highlands? Toad Highlands is like my favorite music in the whole game. Whoa. Oh yeah, I had mini golf. Where's Toad Highlands? Oh, maybe it's because they're doing all the tournaments. So it's slightly different music. This is Toad Highlands, but it's the tournament music. I guess that would make sense. We'll give it 1 star. I mean, I already put Toadstool Tour on there. I already ranked Toadstool Tour. I think Toadstool Tour, and again, so many of these games on the N64 are like really good. And then if they had like a direct follow-up the GameCube version almost always improved in every way. right? Smash Bros. Melee is better than original. Toadstool Tour is better than Mario Golf. Sunshine is better than Mario 64. Twilight Princess is better than Ocarina of Time. Not really. And the reason I laughed at and said Twilight Princess is because I skipped over Wind Waker, because Wind Waker is not great. Okay, Donkey Kong 64.
Okay.
Another classic. I mean, we've all heard the DK rap. DK. Donkey Kong, right? All heard that. But like, man, the music in this game. Angry Aztec. Can we like hear the music? Well, he's jetpacking, so. Donkey Kong. Oh, I didn't do that. Ah! Da, 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 da. I've got the big book strategy guide for this one too. And again, it's just full of great Grant Kirkhope music. And literally, like, they made a collectathon where, like, the joke of the game was that you had to collect so much crap. And so it does kind of get a little much, like, do you really have to collect this much crap? Yes and no. But it's so much fun. I loved this so much. I guess I'm realizing some of these long players are like, they kind of know exactly what they're doing almost every step of the way. I mean, a game that's like just bursting at the seams with gameplay. I mean, here you're racing, you saw a jetpack, you play the original Donkey Kong game as part of like a challenge in this game. Like Donkey Kong Arcade or Donkey Kong NES, right? Where you play as Jumpman and you have to climb up to the top and avoid all the barrels, right? Like, this game is just got so much variety. Like, I'd wager more variety than Conquer or Banjo. Which, again, that might be a hot take. If I ever reach for a banana to eat, I think of, ooh, banana, which is the audio clip it plays when a gold banana appears. Which I don't know if I could like skip right to a moment where that happens. You know, it's a 2-star. Like, I'm bad at platformers. I get sick and tired of collectathons after a while. But like, I would be totally fine with playing Donkey Kong 64. It's so good. It's a lot of fun. All right, GoldenEye. An absolute classic. Yeah. Is it gonna let the whole intro play out? Yeah. Because I want to hear the guitar that goes like, boom, boom. Yeah. It's a keyboard, but. Ba 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 bum ba ba. Yes. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. How did they get away with it? So there is blood. I was right. Obviously, there's the blood that comes down when the player dies. But there's blood on the guys, and yet it's rated T. But somehow Perfect Dark is rated M. Does Perfect Dark have like language that I don't remember? Oh yeah, you could melee with the sniper. Dude, and so much time spent like playing multiplayer at the Aztec Temple, Golden Gun mode, where you'd all race down to the bottom level under the hole in the ground and grab the Golden Gun first. Or play in the facility and try and camp out in the bathroom with the Golden Gun. So good. Apparently they had a multiplayer mode planned for this game where you could play as 4 different versions of Bond. So like Connery, Moore, Brosnan, and let's say Timothy Dalton, because I think Dalton was in one more than Lazenby was. And somehow, last minute, I guess some legal, not a legal dispute, but like they didn't dot their T's and cross their I's, right? No, they didn't like fully do their like confirmations, and so right before they were gonna like finalize it and put it in the game, they had to take it out. So you can't play as other versions of Bond in the game, which kind of sucks. One of my favorite tropes in this game is that like everything explodes, and on the Severnaya bunker level, like inside some of these little cabin buildings, if you shoot like the computer chair blows up. Toilets blow up. It's one of the funniest things to me. This game starts to get crazy difficult, by the way. Like, crazy difficult. The military archives is I recall it being rather challenging. You play the tank level, or you actually like get in the tank. The train level, I start to panic. I don't have enough time to use my watch to cut open the little trapdoor thing. I have beaten this game, I have done it. But I definitely start to panic here. Because I either will run out of ammo or I'll run out of time. And you can see just how challenging it is. And maybe you can shoot him if you run out, but like, I don't think you can. Good job. And she starts getting in the way on some of those missions too, and she'll start dying until the mission failed. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, the jungle level. Apparently, who was it? Was it the guy that did like Metal Gear Solid? Was like actually rather impressed that the developers of GoldenEye were able to make a semi-believable jungle in this game on the Nintendo 64. The caves. Dude, the music is so good. And then you can't forget like the bonus missions. Oh, apparently they don't have the bonus missions in here. But you actually see Baron Samedi at the Aztec temple. Like, it's so good. So it wasn't me, it was actually my brother, but he printed out like a whole how to unlock everything from IGN.com. And he used to go through and have we reached the top 50 yet? No, that's not how this works. I'll explain how it works as long as you stick around, okay? And it's really just for me. I know the view count goes up and down. It's really just for me, these streams. But I remember like my brother would sit there and he'd play on the different difficulty levels and try to like beat the special times to unlock all the cheats. And I remember watching him and his buddy try to beat this one in like the amount of time on the particular difficulty that was needed to get like one of the cheats. So some of those bonus objectives. You heard how it works when Scott asked last time? I don't know if you did, because that's not how it works, bro. This game is a masterpiece just because of the freaking music. It's a 4-star. It's a 4-star. You rate them all, then transition to a head-to-head. Oh, you were paying attention. Well, look, there we go. That's all of the N64. And gosh, I was planning on doing all of them, but I still have, let's see. If I go here and then I go unranked, I still have, let's look, Control F. Whoops, unranked. Oh, I have 57 games. Do I just finish it? How deep into rating them all are you? I have 57 entries left. Do I just keep going? Or do I save Blue's Clues for next time? Do I do a 4th? I've already been live for 6 hours and 15 minutes, and I haven't eaten anything today. So I was kind of planning on ending it right now. But I still have all of PC Boy and PC Man left to rank. Let's see, how many PC... I know you can't see this. How many PC Boy is there? A bit. And PC Man. Oh boy. I agree. I think I tap out, dog. I agree. Well, okay, let's see the progress I've made. Here's every game I've eliminated. Now again, everything on here is meaningful and a good game in some way. It's just, if I eliminate it, it's because there's either a better example of that type of game or some other reason. But like, anything on here is meaningful to me in some way. 1-star games, they could show up on stream in the near future. They could. Don't get me wrong. 2-star games, much better chance. 3-star games, okay, we're getting into some real good stuff here. And 4-star games, hey, there you go. Peggle 2. I finally made it. Oh, just as I'm saying I might wrap up. Free this week, let's try golf. I'll message you. What am I hearing? Oh, I think my dog's having puppy dreams. I'll message you. I finally made it. Okay, cat. Do I keep going because I've been live for over 6 hours? Or do I tap out and go again? Because what I have left, I have 57 games left to go. I have PC Boy and PC Man left. But I can practically guarantee you that that's going to take about 6 hours on its own. So I think I tap out here. I think I have to do a part 4 of the ranking. And then the head-to-head, or it's going to be its own stream or 2 or maybe even 3. So I think hey, Indy, are you sleeping? I can hear him like kicking. Let's talk about what we've done so far. I'm not like totally sold on just moving on exactly. So let's put our music on and we'll kind of reflect on what we have so far. So let's look at what I've eliminated. Assassin's Creed, Banjo-Kazooie, yes, Breath of the Wild. Dave Mirra BMX Freestyled, even though that game is hilarious. Rating games isn't good for your health, apparently. Why not? Fallout 3, terrible game. Terrible game. Majora's Mask. Monster Hunter World. What were they thinking? Shrek 2. Nathan Drake. A wrestling game. Another wrestling game. All right, let's look at 1 star. And I won't like say every single game. Pokemon Snap. Blood Money. Tears of the Kingdom. So Breath of the Wild got eliminated. But not Tears of the Kingdom. Black Flag. Halo 4, Halo 3. We talked about this when I ranked Cruisin' USA. YLA Country Club. Resident Evil 2. Kobe Bryant. Battle Tanks. Cruisin' USA. Cruisin' Exotica. Perfect Dark. Guitar Hero 3. Starfield? Oh boy. Cruisin' Blast. Showdown Legends of Wrestling. With Hulk Hogan on the cover. Dude, we got some real good games here. Deep Rock Galactic, one of my favorites. Wildlands, another one of my favorites. Far Cry 5. Halo 2. Battle for Bikini Bottom. A recent top 100 had Halo 4 on there. I think on list it was higher than Halo 3. Insane. I would put Halo 4 above Halo 3. I know they're technically ranked the same right now, but if it comes to a head-to-head, Halo 4 goes above Halo 3 for me. And it comes down to Chief and Cortana in that game. I know the rest of it, the Forerunners, the whatever, the white, the like gray and orange people and weapons. I know people take great offense to that. But Chief and Cortana make that game for me, for sure. Gauntlet Legends, A Plague Tale Innocence, fantastic game, better than the sequel. Arkham City, GoldenEye, Revenge, Skyward Sword, it's the best Zelda game. Monster Hunter Tri, Oblivion, Kingdom Hearts 1, but not Kingdom Hearts 2. Hitman, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 2. But I can't in good faith rank it any higher. Besides maybe Halo 5. Halo 5 is like blasphemous. It's bad. Halo 2 and Halo 1 are definitely better than Halo 3 and Halo 4. I think Halo 2 is the best one. Damn, this is a good list. Crimson Desert? Some good stuff. All right, well, literally, here's kind of the unranked games. I think I'm going to have to come back to it another time. So I think there is going to be a part 4.
It's a new lap record.
I talked about that earlier. It's a new lap record. Oh, then we get some Crusader Kings music. It's too good. It's too good, guys. All right, well, instead of spoiling what's left to rank... Oh, of course. Hang on. Hang on. All right, there we go. I won't spoil it anymore. We'll get some music going here a bit. Incoming Seething Sea of Thieves review. That's right. I'm sorry, my guy. No, you're good. I'm still saving Blue's Clues for you. That's the whole reason I haven't done Blue's Clues yet. Look, Enjoy your Taco Bell. Yeah, that's about the only thing that's open, unless I want to go to Denny's. So I am going to try and get some food. And then I actually kind of have a couple of long days ahead of me as we get closer to the semester starting. So, yeah, I guess I'll get out of here. So, here, since this is Crusader Kings, let's just open up Crusader Kings. Not the game, but the video. And we'll skip into it, and we'll come back to... There we go. Fantastic stuff. Rancheritos, McDonald's might be open. That's right. Yeah, I gotta figure out something, so I better get going. Keep an eye out for Part 4. Part 4's got some heavy hitters. It's all the PC games I grew up playing, and all the PC games that got me through college. That's pretty much... That's how I separated it, was what I grew up playing up until college, and then anything that got me through college was PC man. Dude, Crusader Kings, so good. Alright. Unfortunately, this is where I end it. Thanks for tuning in at the end, you two. Zrovom, thanks for being here. Again, the concurrent viewers are up and down. The amount of views... What's crazy is, like, the last stream, Part 2, actually got... For a stream that's basically all... Like, I'm doing this for me, so I have an ordered list of what my top games are. I couldn't care less if anybody tuned in, but I appreciate you guys being here towards the end and chatting. Ooh, there we go, some Cruisin' World. We love it. Okay, I'm out of here. Bye, gotta get some food. We'll see you next time. That might be considered culturally insensitive nowadays. Okay, I'm really ending it now. Eat good, sleep good. You too, brother. I hope Disney was fun. It looked like that's where you were at. Okay, bye.